si Secretary Mark Villar ng DPWH. At alam mo, Aljo, ang kagandahan din kasi ng Build Project, bukod sa mas gumiginhawa rin yung ating mga paglalakbay, mas magandang mga kalye, mas maikling biyahe, nabibigyan nga ng trabaho ang mga manggagawa natin.
At klaruhin lang natin na ang build ay hindi lang po nakatutok yan, nakatuon dito sa National Capital Region, maging sa bang munisipalidad at syudad outside Metro Manila ay tuloy-tuloy ang infra projects, itong golden age of infrastructure ng Duterte administration.
At ang epekto nito ay ating tatamasahin o i-enjoy hindi lang ng henerasyong ito, kundi yung mga darating pang henerasyon.
Yan ang sinatawag nilang Duterte legacy.
Yes.
Alright, so para sa karagdagang mga impormasyon at mga balita, balikan muna natin sa studio sina Yusek Rocky Ignacio and Irving Tulfo.
Maraming salamat sa inyo dyan sa Batasan. Babalikan namin kayo muli mamaya. Huwag po kayong bibitiw, magbabalik pa ang pamana ng pagbabago, the 2021 SONA Special Coverage.
Pamana ng pagbabago. Anong gusto mong marinig sa huling SONA ng Pangulo?
Sana po ipagpatuloy niya yung kanyang magandang ginagawa. Sana maimbestigahan yung mga korupsyon, mapigil na po yung mga korupsyon. Naniniwala naman po ako na kaya niya dahil sa 6 months nagawa niyang yung droga.
Wala na, gawa na magaling naman leader yan eh. Gawa na siya, nakita ko sa mga nagpresidente, yun ang magaling na mga leader.
Nais ko po sana sa huling SONA niya, mabigyan ng pansin ang mga OFW na uuwi kasi hindi naman po lahat na nakakauwi may perang naipon or may makukuhang mga benepisyo or merong panukala na gagawin ng ating Pangulo para masuportahan ang mga OFW na nawalan na ng trabaho.
Sa huling SONA ng ating mahal na Pangulo, nais ko pong marinig ang pagsabatas at pagkakaroon ng mas magandang health insurance benefits para sa mga mamamayang Pilipino. Gayun din po ang mas matibay na batas at proteksyon ng mga OFW na abuso sa ibang bansa. Gayun din ang mga benepisyong maaaring matanggap ng mga OFW uuwi na ng ating bansa.
This special coverage is brought to you by the Development Bank of the Philippines. We build possibilities. FrontMed, 70% isopropyl alcohol. Your front line of defense, because protection and safety is our priority. And Land Bank, serving the nation.
Ngayong araw na ito, halina po, samahan niyo po kami para sa Dimiri Foundation Meals on Wheels dito po sa South Harbor, sa Zaragoza at sa Delpan Bridge. So nais po nating makapagbigay ng pamatid gutom sa mga kababayan natin. Napakahalaga na mabigyan natin sila ng pagkain pisikal dahil ang ating katawan kailangan natin protektahan. At bukod po sa pagkain, nais din po nating ibahagi ang pagkain espiritual na sa gitna po ng pandemic, hindi po tayo dapat mawala ng pag-asa dahil po ang only hope natin ay na kay Jesus lamang po. At sabi po sa Romans 6:23, for the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life. Ano man yung kalagayan mo ngayon, tumawag ka lang sa Diyos, naririnig ka niya. Kung feeling mo, matagal ng panahon, gutom na, pray ka kay Lord. He will provide.
Maraming salamat po sa mga nagbigay ng tulong sa amin. Nawalaan po kami ng trabaho ng mister ko.
Kaya ako nagpapasalamat.
Abangan niyo po muli ang buong tropa ng Meals on Wheels. Patuloy po kaming iikot sa buong Metro Manila. God bless you all po!
Balang araw, maibabalita na naming halos lahat ay mayroon ng bakuna.
At yung mga numero binabantayan araw-araw, pababa o pawala na.
Magkakasama na tayong muli sa mga pagtitipon.
Makapupunta sa mga ninanais sa destinasyon at tourist spot.
Makikita at mayayakap na ang mga mahal natin sa buhay.
At makalalabas na rin tayo ng ating mga bahay ng walang pangamba.
Asahan ninyong patuloy naming gagawin ang aming sinumpaang tungkulin.
Bagyo, pagsabog ng bulkan, baha o ano pa mang kaganapan ay aming susuungin.
Ganito yung sitwasyon na ngayon.
Instructions na pumapasok.
Mahatod lamang ang saktong impormasyon.
Nagikan sa nakanilang bahin sa Pilipinas.
Kensa di naman ang pasantilubong,
dahil tuloy-tuloy na pagbabalita ang hatid namin.
Para sa bayan at para sa bawat mamamayang Pilipino.
Ikalawang Kroniko 7:14. Kung ang aking bayan ay magpakumbaba at dumalangin at talikuran ang kanilang masamang mga lakad, ipatatawad ko ang kanilang kasalanan at pagagalingin ko ang kanilang lupain. Ikalawang Kroniko 7:14. Ang mabuting balita ay hatid sa inyo ng MX3.
This special coverage is brought to you by the Development Bank of the Philippines. We build possibilities. And FrontMed, 70% isopropyl alcohol, your front line of defense, because protection and safety is our priority.
Nakatutok pa rin po kayo sa pamana ng pagbabago ang special coverage sa 2021 SONA. Mga kababayan, ano po ang tumatak sa inyong State of the Nation address ng Pangulo? Ikaw, Erwin, ano yung tumatak sa iyo na naging bahagi ng SONA ng Pangulo?
Since nung umupo siya, Yusek, maraming naipangako ang Pangulo. And looking back, ang pinaka at natatandaan ng mga tao, yung promise niya na papagaanin niya yung biyahe ng mga tao, and then yung biyahe ng mga kalakal, di ba, nag-issue yung EDSA, etc. That's when the President said, I don't know kung yung ika-4th SONA niya, ika-5th SONA na he said na we will start building bridges. Pero sa campaign pa lang yan, naririnig na natin yan, di ba, na more roads. Kaya nga ngayon, nare-realize na yung mga andaming kalsada, ang daming mga tulay para mas mapabilis ang biyahe, which is true naman.
At ayaw niyang naghihintay na mahabang pila yung mga tao kapag pupunta sa mga government transaction. Ako tumatak sa akin yung sinabi niyang magkakaroon ng sumbungan ng bayan, itong 888.
Oh yeah, that's
diba?
right. Oo.
Napakaganda. Kaya mabuti pa magbalik tanaw tayo sa kanyang mga nagdaan SONA at alalahanin ang mga pangako ng Pangulo sa taong bayan mula noong siya ay nanumpa bilang ama ng bansa. Ang report na yan, ihahatid sa atin ni Bella Les Moras.
I, please state your name. Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Do solemnly swear.
June 30, 2016, nang opisyal na manumpa si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte bilang ika-16 na presidente ng Pilipinas.
I am here. Why? Because I am ready to start my work for the nation.
At gaya ng kanyang pangako, ang kanyang administrasyon agad na nagtrabaho sa kanyang unang State of the Nation address noong July 25, 2016. Umikot ang kanyang talumpati sa kampanya kontra krimen, iligal na droga at korupsyon ng pamahalaan, planong pagbuo ng mga bagong ahensya at polisiya at pagpapatayo ng mahalagang infrastruktura.
I assure you, this will be a clean government. For those who have valid reasons to complain about graft and corruption, the gates of Malacanang will be open.
July 24, 2017 naman, nang ihatid ng Pangulo ang kanyang ikalawang ulat ukol sa estado ng bansa. Ibinida niya ang mahalagang proyekto ng pamahalaan mula sa kapakanan ng taong bayan hanggang sa pagbibigay detalye hinggil sa naging bakbakan sa Marawi City sa pagitan ng mga teroristang Maute Group at tropa ng gobyerno.
I declared martial law in Mindanao because I believe that that was the fastest way to quell the rebellion at the least cost of lives and properties.
July 23, 2018, naghatid naman si Pangulong Duterte ng kanyang ikatlong SONA. Hindi nawala sa kanyang talumpati ang kampanya kontra iligal na droga at korupsyon, kasabay ng paglalatag ng mga bagong batas na inaprubahan ng kanyang administrasyon at mga pagbabagong nais pang makamtan para mapabuti ang kalagayan ng bawat Pilipino sa loob at labas ng bansa.
Your concern is human rights. Mine is human lives.
July 22, 2019 naman ang kanyang ikaapat na SONA. Naungkat ang hiling na ibalik ang death penalty, pagprotekta sa ating karapatan sa West Philippine Sea at ang iba't iba niyang priority bills.
Our goal for the next 3 years is clear. A comfortable life for everybody, all Filipinos. I will not stop until I reach the finish line.
At sa gitna ng COVID-19 pandemic, July 27, 2020, ibinahagi ni Pangulong Duterte ang kanyang ikalimang ulat sa bayan na tinawag na Blended SONA. Dito inilatag ng Pangulo ang mga hakbang ng gobyerno para mapaigting ang COVID-19 response, kasama na ang iba pang programa ng administrasyon.
I appeal to each and every Filipino, let us take care of one another. Ito ang panahon para magtulungan. From the rubbles of adversity, a more resilient and stronger nation, built on bayanihan and pagkakaisa, shall rise.
Para sa pagbabago ng bayan, ako si Mela Lesmoras.
Sa mga oras na ito, kumustahin naman natin ang paghahanda ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa makasaysayang araw na ito mula kay Mela Lesmoras. Mela?
Yes, Yusek Rocky, nakatutok nga tayo dito sa Malacanang para pa rin sa huling State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Dito siya manggagaling bago pumunta sa batasang pambansa. Ayon kay Presidential Spokesperson Harry Roque, pagdating sa magiging talumpati ng presidente, magbabalik tanaw siya sa nakalipas na 5 taon ng kanyang pamumuno. Pagtutuunan anya ng pansin ng Pangulo ang mga naging pag-unlad sa bansa, partikular na ang mga naging socio-economic programs, infrastructure, peace and security at foreign policy measures ng administrasyon. Bukod dito, sasagutin din anya ng presidente kung nasa na ba ngayon ang Pilipinas lalo na sa paglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic at ano-ano pa ang gagawin ng administrasyon hanggang sa pagtatapos ng kanilang termino. Ngayon ang tanong naman, mababanggit kaya sa SONA ang political plans ni Pangulong Duterte sa eleksyon 2022? Sagot ng palasyo, wala ito sa plano dahil pagtutuunan ng pansin ng presidente ang kanyang mga naging programa. Yusek Rocky, sa mga puntong ito ay nakamonitor tayo sa sitwasyon dito sa palasyo. Bukod kasi sa batasang pambansa, may mga opisyal din ng pamahalaan na magmomonitor naman ng SONA dito nga mula sa palasyo dahil kung atin nga talagang nababatid ay iba yung pag-iingat ang ipinatutupad ngayon ng mga otoridad. Kailangan nga ay limitado lang yung mga guests sa batasang pambansa. Kaya yung ibang opisyal ay nandito naman sa Malacanang. Yusek Rocky?
Mela, may itatanong lang ako, gusto lang namin malaman, since ito ang last SONA ng Pangulong Duterte, would you happen to know kung sino ang kasama niya sa entourage niya? Kasama niya ba, may kasama ba siyang mga anak, or si Ma'am Hanilet, or purely mga officials? Usually si SBG o si Senator Bongo, usual ang kasama niya.
Yes, Sir Erwin, mabuti na lamang din na itanong mo kasi I'm sure yan din curious dyan ang ating mga kababayan. Sa ngayon kasi, Sir Erwin, hinihintay natin yung final na guest list ni Pangulong Duterte. Pero ayun nga, nabalitaan din natin, itong mga nakalipas na araw lang ay tinamaan ng COVID-19 ang kanyang anak na si Davao City Vice Mayor Baste Duterte. At even Davao City Mayor Inday Sara Duterte, nagsabi naman siya na hindi siya makakadalo. So ngayon, inaabangan natin kung sino no, particularly sa first family, yung makakasama ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At sa kanya mga opisyal naman, ang pinakahuling update ng palasyo, may mga cabinet members na makakasama sa batasan at meron naman na magmomonitor dito sa Malacanang. So Sir Erwin, no, kasi napaka-fluid ng sitwasyon. Tayo kasi ay nasa gitna ng COVID-19 pandemic at bawat location kailangan may swab test, may antigen test. So talagang nakamonitor tayo kung sino na yung final na mga makakasama ni Pangulong Duterte. Sir Erwin?
Okay, maraming salamat sa iyo, Mela Lesmoras.
Build, Build, Build. Ito ang flagship program ng Administrasyong Duterte para paunlarin ang ating bansa at pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan. At sa 5 taon pa lang ni Pangulong Duterte sa pwesto, marami ng proyekto ang ginagamit at nagbigay ginhawa sa mga mamayan. Ating alamin yan mula kay Karen Villanda.
You increase the train speed from 40 to 60. When I became president, EDSA was already horrendous. We're targeting to increase government spending on infrastructure. In other words, we're going to build, build, and build.
Sa loob ng 5 taong pagiging ama ng bansa, isa sa pinakamalaking pamana ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa mga Pilipino ang libo-libong kilometrong kalsada, mga naisaayos at naipatayong infrastruktura, gayon din ang maginhawang biyahe sa mga motorista. Malaking porsyento ng higit 100 infrastructure project sa ilalim ng Build, Build, Build ang tapos na at inaasahang makukumpleto sa susunod na taon. Bukod sa infrastructure projects, mas organisado at maayos na din ngayon ang takbo ng pampublikong transportasyon. Para hindi pa pag-iwanan sa traffic ang mga pribadong sasakyan sa Metro Manila, kabi-kabila ang infrastruktura ang itinayo.
Maginhawa siya, mabilis. Kumpara sa mag-EDSA ka pa or mag-C5 ka.
Nagpapatuloy ang konstruksyon ng karagdagang ruta ng mga tren kabilang na ang subway at nagsidatingan ang mga bagong bagon ng PNR at LRT1. Halos nangangalahati na rin ang pagtatapos ng konstruksyon ng PNR Clark Phase 1 na bahagi ng North-South Commuter Railway. Sa ilalim din ng Build, Build, Build program, napabilis ang konstruksyon ng mga nakabinbing proyekto ng nakaraang administrasyon. Ang Skyway Stage 3 na 11% pa lamang ang natatapos noong 2016 na kumpleto ng Administrasyong Duterte sa loob lamang ng 4 na taon.
Dati pag nag-o-office ako galing sa bahay, 2 oras. Ngayon, 25 minutes.
Ang LRT2 East Extension na 1999 pa plinano at trinabaho ng higit 2 dekada o 4 na administrasyon sa panahon ni Pangulong Duterte natapos. Malaking ginhawa para sa mga commuter tulad ni Jose.
Minsan nga maglakad kami mula doon sa Santulan, pero sa ngayon okay na, wala na problema sa amin.
Hindi lamang sa Metro Manila na mayagpag din ang Build, Build, Build sa Bicol. Binuksan na ang Kamalig Bypass na mala tourist destination dahil tanaw ang mayon. Sa Visayas naman inaabangan ang Cebu-Cordova Link Expressway.
2018 nang simulan yung konstruksyon nitong tulay na magdurugtong sa mainland Cebu at Mactan Island at ngayon nasa 80% substantially complete na ito at bago matapos ang termino ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa susunod na taon, madadaanan na ito ng mga motorista at oras sa matapos ito, mauungusan ito ang haba ng pinakamahabang tulay sa buong Pilipinas, ang San Juanico Bridge.
Nagsilbi ring pag-asa ang Build, Build, Build para sa mga manggagawa ngayong pandemic dahil 1.6 milyon na Pilipino ang nabigyan nito ng trabaho simula 2020 habang 6.5 milyon naman simula noong 2016.
Yung taon na yun na dumating pandemic, nakapas na ako para sa ibang bansa naman sa New Zealand sana. Dumating, wala nang alisan. Kaya naano ko sa asawa ng pamangkin ko na nagkaroon sila ng tao na itong kontraktor namin, nangangailangan, nakarecover ako dahil sa business na to na tuloy-tuloy yung income ko.
May pandemic man, patunay ang sunod-sunod na pagbubukas ng mga bagong kalsada at naitayong infrastruktura na hindi natinag ang siglang dulot sa bansa ng Build, Build, Build program. Programang isa sa katuparan ng mga pangako ng Duterte administration na mabigyan ng komportableng pamumuhay ang mga Pilipino hanggang sa mga susunod na henerasyon. Para sa pagbabago ng bayan, ako si Karen Villanda.
Ang pagpapalago sa ekonomiya ng bansa ang isa rin sa talagang tinutukan ng pamahalaan dahil sa inilatag na economic policies ng administrasyon. Kinakaya natin ang epekto ngayon ng pandemic. Ang detalye sa special report ni Naomi Tiburcio.
Nagtapos bilang food technologist si Casey. Matagumpay niyang napag-aral ang 3 anak bilang breadwinner ng pamilya. Isa na ang graduate sa college at 2 ang graduate sa senior high school. Pero hindi ito dahil sa kanyang pagiging food technologist, kundi dahil sa pagpasok sa IT BPO industry.
Tutor ako dati ng mga estudyante sa Green Hills. What I was earning was not enough.
Malaki rin ang pasasalamat niya dahil sa kabila ng krisis na dulot ng COVID-19, tuloy-tuloy ang kanyang trabaho.
Hindi lang mga nasa medical fields yung masasabi nating heroes. Ang mga nasa BPO, sila yung nagsalba ng ekonomiya ng Pilipinas. Ito yung nanatiling nakatayo despite the adversities.
IT Business Process Management Industry ang isa sa mga industriyang lumago nitong mga nagdaang taon. Sa katunayan, kahit may pandemya, nakapagbigay ito ng trabaho sa 25,000 Pilipino. Kaya't ngayon ay nasa 1.3 million na ang mga empleyado nito. Maliban sa IT BPO, marami pang industriya ang inaasahang lalago sa tulong ng dagdag incentives at mas mababang buwis sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte.
Kapag na-achieve po natin yung mga numbers na aming tina-target, posible po tayong umabot sa $29 billion na revenue. And in terms of growth po, we're looking at anywhere between 70 to 75,000 new employees.
Kabilang sa isinusulong ng economic managers ng administrasyon ay ang pagbabawas ng corporate income tax sa ilalim ng CREATE Act of 2021. Bumaba sa 25% ang buwis ng malalaking korporasyon at 20% naman sa small and medium enterprises. Dahil dito, nakahihikayat ang Pilipinas ng mas maraming kumpanya na mag-invest sa bansa. Ang tax reforms sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte kasama ang Ease of Doing Business, Universal Healthcare Law at ang Philippine Identification System Act ang ilan sa bumubuo sa 10-point economic agenda ng administrasyon. Ayon sa NEDA, ito ang isa sa mga naging susi para bumaba sa 16.7% ang poverty rate noong 2018 kung saan 6 na milyong Pilipino ang naiahon sa hirap. Sa tulong ng fiscal prudence ng kasalukuyang administrasyon, narating ng bansa ang pinakamataas na revenue to GDP ratio na 16.1% at ang pinakamababang debt to GDP ratio na 39.6% noong 2019.
Naharap man sa iba't ibang hamon nitong nagdaang 5 taon ang mga pulisiyang inilatag ng Administrasyong Duterte ang dahilan kung bakit naging matatag at patuloy pang lalago ang ekonomiya ng Pilipinas. Para sa pagbabago ng bayan, ako si Naomi Tiburcio.
At para tayo malinawan sa lagay ng ekonomiya ng bansa, makakasama po natin ang Chief Economist ng Rizal Commercial Banking Corporation, Mr. Mike Ricafort. Magandang hapon po, sir.
Magandang hapon, Yusek Rafi at sa buong Pilipinas.
Opo, kasama ko rin po si Erwin Tulfo. Maraming bansa po ang bumagal ang paglago ng ekonomiya dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic. Naging resilient po ba ang Pilipinas sa epekto ng lockdowns, and how would you grade the administration in making sure that we are not hit hard by the pandemic?
Magandang hapon din. So, ngayon, ang ibig doon at least naging mas prudent o maingat ang pagdating sa quarantine standards. So, it turned out na nakatulong pala na medyo mahigpit yung quarantine standards natin magmula ng 1 taon, at least ngayon, medyo kontrolado pa yung cases. Di tulad ng, unfortunately, yung ikikita natin ngayon sa Indonesia, sa India. Tulong din kasi yung patuloy na pagdating ng mga bakuna. At least ngayon, na-secure na yung supplies for 164 million vaccine doses, and that's already enough to cover at least 80 million Filipinos. So it would just be a matter of time. Ayun kasi yung magiging sustainable solution natin sa COVID-19. Kung mas marami nababakunahan, yan kasi ang magiging protection ng ating mga tao laban sa Delta variant. Kasi kung mapansin natin, sa maraming bansa ngayon, lalo na yung mga higit na tinamaan ng Delta variant, ang mas tinatamaan, yung mga tao hindi pa bakunado, o yung mga lugar din na hindi pa nababakunahan. Kaya napaka-importante ito. Ito kasi ang makakatulong sa pag-control ng bagong cases, lalo na itong Delta variant. And eventually, kung umabot na tayo, napaka-importante, umabot din tayo sa tinatawag na population protection, or at least 50 million ng populasyon natin ay inoculated na or vaccinated na. Sa ngayon, at least maganda naman yung nagiging progress. More than 30 million na yung dumating sa Pilipinas na bakuna, and more than 16 million na rin yung nabakunaan. Kaya, in a matter of months, later this year or next year, hopefully, kung ma-attain natin yung population protection, or at least 50 million Filipinos ang bakunado na, and hopefully, patungo pa rin. Siyempre, hindi matatapos yun doon. Kung umabot tayo sa herd immunity, or at least 70 million Filipinos, mas lalo yung makakatulong, lalo na sa pag-justify ng pag-reopen further ng ating ekonomiya, kasi yun talaga ang solusyon sa napakadami nating naging problema magmula ng pandemic last year. Kung i-reopen eventually economy, mas maraming negosyo na tataas ang capacity, at ibas kanila ay makapagbubukas na, at at the same time, marami rin tao na makakatrabaho muli, at ang gobyerno, mas marami rin buwis na makokonekta. So, napakaraming problema na masusolusyonan pagka talagang magsisimula dito sa massive vaccination. At nakita naman natin yan sa mga bansa na patungo na o nakarating na sa herd immunity, tulad na nakita natin sa US, China, pati ibang developed countries sa Europe. Kaya yun, going forward, no? At the same time, siguro dahil kailangan talaga may mga tinatawag tayo na proactive measures or yung mga pillars of economic recovery. Bukod sa vaccination at bukod din sa pag-reopen ng economy, malaking tulong din sa ating ekonomiya sa pagbangon natin sa COVID-19 ay ang increase ng ating infrastructure spending. Nakita naman natin yan actually in recent years. Paakyat na siya ng paakyat. Ngayon, for the next couple of years, nasa at least 1.3 trillion na siya per year starting next year. Tapos, ano na yun, at least 5% na siya ng GDP. Kasi, malaking bagay itong infrastructure spending. Una, kasi yun ang magiging, that's one way to pump prime the economy. Yun kasi yung to get the ball rolling, to get things started. Kasi makakapaglikha ito ng maraming trabaho at maraming oportunidad din sa maraming lugar sa buong Pilipinas. Hindi lang dito sa Metro Manila, lalo na sa countryside, sa mga probinsya. No? Makaka-expedite o magpapabilis ang kanilang development.
Sir Mike.
We're talking about roads, whether toll road yan or yung mga libreng kalye, mga airports, seaports, para lalong maging efficient yung movement ng mga tao, yung movement ng workers natin, mga turista, pati na rin yung yung movement ng ating goods and services, lalo na whether locally yun or export-oriented. At itong pandemya ay at least nabigyan ng pagkakataon na matugunan ito, at least hindi masyado traffic, mas marami pagkakataon na talagang speed up lahat ng ito. No? That's one.
Sir Mike.
And secondly, kasi makakatulong talaga yun. This is one of the most potent stimulus measures
Sir Mike,
that the government can do.
Yes, sir. Sir, Sir Mike, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sir, maisingit ko lamang po, sinasabing yung reforma sa pagbubuwis ang isa sa major contribution ng Duterte administration kaya gumanda ang ating ekonomiya. Ang tanong ho ng karamihan dyan, paano ito nararamdaman ng mga Pilipino lalo na ngayong panahon ng krisis?
Magandang punto yun, Mr. Erwin, kasi lalo na bago mag-pandemic, ang ganda ng ating preparasyon. Tinatawag dyan yung tax collection, yung recurring tax revenue sources ng government. Gustong-gusto yan ng mga credit rating agencies. Kaya nga ang Pilipinas, kahit nag-pandemya, medyo ironically, gumanda pa nga, merong pagkakataon na gumanda pa yung credit rating natin. Yung Japan Credit Rating Agency, June of last year, in-upgrade yung credit rating ng Pilipinas to A-. That's the first time na A rating, or 3 notches above the minimum investment rate. At the very least, doon sa ibang credit rating agencies, hindi tayo na-downgrade. Samantalang maraming mga bansa sa buong mundo dahil sa pandemya na na-downgrade. Nakatulong yun. Kapag nagkaroon tayo ng parang buffer bago pa man mag-pandemya, gumanda yung, kasi dumami yung dahil sa mga tax reform measure, dumami yung sustainable or recurring tax collections ng Pilipinas, ng ating gobyerno. Kaya mas maraming naging buffer or leeway. Kumbaga may naipon ang ating gobyerno, yung tinatawag na fiscal gains. Maganda yung ating naging fiscal performance bago mag-pandemya. Kaya lalo tayong mas naging handa. Ang debt to GDP ratio natin, galing yan ng 39.6%. Ano yun? Ayun ang isa sa pinakamaganda sa at least 20 to 30 years. I think even more. No? Alright. Siyempre, nung nag-pandemya, nag-increase yun to 54.5%.
Alright.
Kaya, yun, malaking tulong yun. Pati, kaya mas maraming naging pondo dahil nga doon sa, bukod sa pag-increase ng ating tax revenues, na-plug din yung leakages expenditure, anti-corruption campaign, kaya marami rin naitipid na pera ang ating gobyerno at nailaan para sa COVID-19 programs. So, kayo, yung paglaban sa COVID-19, yung pag-strengthen ng ating healthcare facilities, pati na rin sa pagbili ng bakuna. Kaya may pondo yung ating
Sir,
kaya nakatulong.
Yes, sir. Sir Mike, sir, very well said po. Maraming salamat po sa inyong panahon with us this afternoon, Mr. Mike Ricafort, ang Chief Economist ng RCBC. Bayan, sa ating pagbabalik, alamin na natin ang sitwasyon sa labas ng batasang pambansa at ating na rin pag-uusapan po namin ni Yusek Rocky ang paglaban sa korupsyon ng Administrasyong Duterte. Diyan lamang po kayo.
This special coverage is brought to you by the Development Bank of the Philippines. We build possibilities. FrontMed, 70% isopropyl alcohol. Your front line of defense, because protection and safety is our priority. And Land Bank, serving the nation.
Patuloy pa rin tayo sa ating pag-iikot para sa Dimiri Foundation Meals on Wheels. Nandito tayo ngayon sa Kasiglahan, Montalban, Rizal. Lagpas bahay po ang baha dito during the Typhoon Ulysses. Samahan niyo po kami muli upang makapaghatid po ng inspirasyon na mula po sa salita ng Diyos. Kung tayo ay nagugutom, kung ikaw ay may sakit, kung ikaw ay nalulungkot, nandyan po ang Diyos at magbibigay po sa iyo ng pag-asa.
Kahit single parent ako, nakakaraos po kami sa pang-araw-araw. Maraming salamat po, God. Lord, kayo lang po ang sinasandalan ko sa ngayon. Wala po iba. Bumabawi pa kami hanggang ngayon. Buti na lang may tumutulong sa amin. Maraming salamat sa Meals on Wheels, sa MX3, DEARBC Foundation, at sa Panginoon. Maraming salamat po na nakarating kayo.
Muli po, samahan nyo kami. Tara po, sa Quezon City naman tayo. Maraming salamat po sa Meals on Wheels! Natapos na namang muli ang isang araw natin. Abangan niyo po ang Dimiri Foundation, Meals on Wheels, at baka sa susunod, lugar niyo naman po ang aming pupuntahan. God bless you all po!
This special coverage is brought to you by the Development Bank of the Philippines. We build possibilities. And FrontMed, 70% isopropyl alcohol, your front line of defense, because protection and safety is our priority.
At nagbabalik nga po ang pamana ng pagbabago, ang ating special coverage sa huling State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte.
Sa puntong ito, kumustahin natin ang peace and order situation sa paligid ng batasang pambansa. Nasa PNP Command Post sa Commonwealth Avenue, si Bea Bernardo. Bea?
Yusef Rocky Erwin, nananatiling maayos ang sitwasyon ng seguridad sa bansa. Ilang oras nga yan bago ang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Naka-alerto pa rin ang buong pwersa ng Philippine National Police para matiyak ang kaayusan o na maayos ang huling sona ni Pangulong Duterte. Kanina nga, personal na nag-ikot sa kahabaan ng Commonwealth Avenue si PNP Chief Police General Guillermo Eleazar. Dito, siniguro niya ang kahandaan ng mga pulis. Sa kabuuan, nasa 15,000 pulis at mga force multiplier mula sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Quezon City at MMDA ang nakadeploy. May mga SWAT at Special Action Force personnel din na kasama sa mga nagbabantay sa seguridad. Mahigpit naman ang bilin ni Eleazar sa mga pulis na pairalin ng maximum tolerance. Hanggat maaari, aniya ay ayaw niyang dumating sa punto na may maaaresto maliban na lamang kung ito ay banta na talaga sa seguridad. Pakinggan natin ang pahayag ni PNP Chief Eleazar.
Sa atin nga, lagi sinasabi natin na ang pulis naman, maximum tolerance, hindi man tayo agad nag-aaresto. Pero kung halimbawa nanggugulo ka na, nang-aaway ka na, ibang usapan na yan. Pero ang ating pakiusap, hindi dapat pumunta yan dyan.
Personal namang dadalo si Eleazar sa sona ng Pangulo mamaya. Kung siya aniya ang tatanungin, malaki ang pasasalamat ng hanay ng pambansang pulisya sa suportang ibinigay sa kanila ni Pangulong Duterte mula sa pagtataas ng sweldo ng mga pulis hanggang sa pagpapalakas ng kanilang mga kapasidad. Maging ang police recruitment naging maayos dahil sa suporta ng Pangulo. Inaasahan naman ni Eleazar na mababanggit ng Pangulo ang lagay ng peace and order ng bansa sa gitna ng pandemya. Samantala, nagsagawa naman ng motorcade ang mga taga-suporta ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa Commonwealth kanina. Sinamahan naman sila ng mga otoridad upang maging maayos ang kanilang aktibidad. Yusef Rocky, Erwin.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Bea Bernardo.
At mula po sa Commonwealth Avenue, alamin naman natin ang sitwasyon sa paligid ng Malacanang kung saan nagsasagawa naman ang pagtitipon ang mga taga-suporta ng Pangulo. Nasa Mendiola ang aming kasamang si Kenneth Paciente. Kenneth.
Erwin, sa mahigit 5 taon ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa pwesto, hindi talaga natitinag yung kumpiyansa sa kanya ng kanyang mga taga-suporta. Kahit pabago-bago nga ang panahon, hindi natinag ang mga pro-admin group na nagtipon-tipon dito sa Mendiola sa Maynila para magpakita ng suporta sa huling State of the Nation address ng Pangulo. Bit-bit ang mga tarpaulin, hindi bababa sa 150 na individual na mula sa iba't ibang grupo ang nakiisa sa pagtitipon. Ipinunto nila, Erwin, ang ilan sa mga legacy ng presidente na ayon sa kanila ay malaki ang naitulong sa mga Pilipino. At kaugnay nga niyan ay makakausap natin si Remy Rosario ng League of Parents of the Philippines. Ma'am, magandang hapon po. Sir, ma'am, unang tanong po, sa 5 taon ng Pangulo, ano po yung naging dahilan at hindi po natinag yung inyong pagsuporta sa kanya?
Sa 5 taon ng ating Pangulong Duterte ay nakikita namin na sa dami-dami ng mga presidenteng dumaan sa ating bansa ay siya lang ang bukod tangi na sumagot sa mga paghinagpis ng mga magulang na gaya ko na ang mga anak ay nabiktima ng mga legal fronts ng CPP, NPA, NDF.
Ano po ba yung mga programa na sa tingin nyo ay maiiwan ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at na makakatulong po sa bawat Pilipino?
Ang mga programa ni Presidente na lalo na makatulong sa mga magulang at sa mamamayang Pilipino ay number 1, ito po ang pagtatag ng NTF-ELCAC dahil ito po ay naging solusyon para po mapigilan natin ang pangbibiktima ng mga legal fronts ng CPP-NPA sa ating kabataan. Ito po ang nagbibigay daan sa mga NPA sa kabundukan na bumaba at mag-surrender at mamuhay ng tahimik sa tulong ng ating gobyerno.
Bilang panghuli, ma'am, ano po yung inaasahan yung marinig mula sa huling sona ng Pangulo?
Sa huling sona ng ating Pangulo, mahal na Presidente, kami po sa League of Parents of the Philippines ay nandito po kami upang magpasalamat sa iyo sa walang sawa mong pagsuporta sa aming mga adhikain, sa aming mga magulang na naghihinagpis. At sana po, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung nalalabi mo mga panahon sa Malacanang ay huwag niyo po kaming pabayaan at ituloy po natin hanggang sa
maraming salamat po sa oras nyo. At ngayon nga, Erwin, patuloy pa rin yung pagtitipon-tipon ng mga taga-suporta ni Pangulo rito kahit patuloy yung ulan, medyo lumililim na lang sila. At sa doon naman tayo sa seguridad na ipinapatupad dito, nagbabantay yung mga polis, pati yung mga Navy para matiyak yung kaligtasan ng mga nagtitipon-tipon dito sa Mendiola. Erwin, Yusek.
Alright, maraming salamat sa iyo, Kenneth. Pasyente, alam mo, Yusek Rock, itong mga tao na ito na talagang nandyan, sumusuporta. Lumabas itong grupo na ito, yung after na nag-fail yung mga peace talks, di ba, isa sa mga pangako ng Pangulo na magkakaroon ng peace talks with the communist rebels. Pero ang problema, alam natin naging problema, nagbabag down because ayaw nung sa kabila naman, despite the fact na 2 times yata nag-try ang gobyerno, ang GRP para to reach out, pero ayaw yata nung kabila nila Joma Season.
Sinabi nga ng pamahalaan na huwag kaming bigyan ng kondisyon. Kung gusto nyo makatotohanan ng kapayapaan, ay dapat ang pagkakasundo na walang kondisyon.
Right.
Yan. At ayaw nga po ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na pumipila.
Correct.
Tanda mo itong sinabi niya, sa mga Pilipino para makakuha ng serbisyo, lalo na kung mula sa pamahalaan, kaya hanggat maaari, ang mga transaksyon ng kanilang kailangan dapat ay agad na maaksyonan. So ano-ano bang klase ng red tape ang tinuldukan ni Pangulong Duterte? Tunghayan natin sa report ni Alan Francisco.
Maraming salamat po. Malasakit, tunay na pagbabago, tinud-anay ang kausaban.
Kung serbisyo publiko ang pag-uusapan mula sa pangangampanya hanggang sa maluklok sa pwesto, hindi bumitiw si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa mga salitang malasakit at tunay na pagbabago. Kaya naman sa ilalim ng kanyang administrasyon, pinalawig ang validity ng passport mula sa 5 taon patungo sa 10 taon. Kaya ang overseas Filipino worker na si Maricel, mas naramdaman aniya ang malasakit ng pamahalaan.
Para po sa ginawa ni Pangulong Duterte, para sa aming mga OFW, malaking bagay po yun.
Pinahaba rin ang validity ng driver's license. Mula sa dating 3 taon, ngayon ay 5 taon na. Kaya ang jeepney driver na si Divino, sinabing malaking pagbabago ito.
Kasi dati, pagka 3 years, magre-renew ka. So, another 3 years, kumbaga yung para doon sa 3 years mo, na-save mo na.
Pagsapit naman ng October 2021, mabibigyan na ng lisensya na may 10 taong validity ang mga driver na malinis ang record. Ginhawa rin ang dulot ng mas simple at mas mabilis na mga transaksyon.
Sa ilalim ng Duterte administration, ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno, maging ang mga lokal na pamahalaan, mas pinalakas pa ang online platforms, gaya ng Pag-ibig, Social Security System, LTO Online Payment System, at marami pang iba.
Dahil mas high-tech na, inilunsad din ng Duterte administration ang Government Emergency Communication System na magpapabilis sa pagtugon ng bansa sa kalamidad. Nariyan din ang Hotline 911 bilang bagong nationwide emergency number sa bisa naman ng Republic Act 10929 o ang Free Internet Access. Nagkabit ang pamahalaan ng Wi-Fi hotspots. At para tuloy-tuloy ang maayos sa serbisyo sa komunikasyon, tinutukan din ng Administrasyong Duterte ang pagkakaroon ng Third Telco o ang Dito Telecommunity. Itinatag din ng Bayanihan Cares o ang pautang ng walang interes sa mga micro, small and medium enterprises na apektado ng COVID-19 pandemic.
Sinimulan o mas pinalakas man sa ilalim ng Duterte administration, ilan lang yan sa mga programang serbisyo publiko na nagbigay benepisyo sa marami. Matapos man ang termino ni Pangulong Duterte, ang kanyang mga naging programa ang magpapakilala sa susunod na henerasyon kung anong klaseng pinuno ang ika-16 na Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Para sa pagbabago ng bayan, ako si Alan Francisco.
Alam niyo bayan, ilan lamang ho yan at Yusek Rocky, yung mga accomplishments na Pangulo. Ilan pa lamang ho yan, mahaba-haba pa ho, mamaya. So, tutok lamang dahil marami pa ho tayong babanggitin at marami ho tayong report hinggil dyan. Pero, alam mo, Yusek, manghang-mangha ngayon ang mga turista sa pagbabalik ng natural na ganda ng mga sikat na lugar sa ating bayan, ang Boracay at ang Manila Bay. At hindi mangyayari ito kung hindi dahil sa political will ng Pangulo. Ang mga yan sa special report ni Claizel Pardilla.
Makapigil hiningang kabundukan, malaparaisong karagatan, at masaganang likas na yaman. Yan ang Pilipinas, ang perlas ng silangan. Dahil sa ganda, marami ang nais itong makita, pero ang banta na maabuso, malaki rin. Ang isla ng Boracay na top tourist destination, munti ka nang maglaho.
I will close Boracay. Boracay is a cesspool.
April 26, 2018, ipinasara ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang Boracay para isailalim sa rehabilitasyon. Tinanggal ang mga tubong nagbubuga ng maruming tubig sa dagat. Nagkasanang malawak ang clean-up at nilimitahan ang mga pumapasok na turista. Matapos ang 6 na buwan, ang rehabilitasyon naging matagumpay.
That the water of Boracay Island is fit for swimming.
Ngayon, yung tubig ng Boracay, malinis na siya, walang dumi, at sobra talaga sa sarap paliguan, promise!
Balik na po sa trabaho.
Isinunod ang rehabilitasyon ng Coron, El Nido at iba pang tourist spots. At sa harap ng pangangalaga sa kalikasan, taong 2019, mas marami pang turistang nahumaling sa ganda ng Pilipinas na umabot sa 8 milyon. Pero hindi lamang sa tourist destinations natatapos ang laban kontra polusyon. Ang halos 2 dekada ng Supreme Court mandamus na nag-uutos na linisin ang Manila Bay, ipinatupad ni Pangulong Duterte. Walang takot na ipinasara ang mga negosyong naglalabas ng dumi sa Manila Bay at inirelocate ang mga informal settler families. Umarangkad ang Beach Nourishment Project at nilagyan ng puting buhangin ang Manila Bay.
Mas maganda kasi dati nagdadaan kami dito, ang baho-baho talaga.
Sa liderato rin ni Pangulong Duterte, ibinalik ang basurang iligal na itinapon sa Pilipinas mula sa Canada noong 2013. Iginitang bansa ang Basel Convention o paglabag sa pagkontrol ng transboundary movement ng mga hazardous waste. Hindi rin nakaligtas sa Administrasyong Duterte ang mga open dump site. Nito lamang Mayo, ikinandado at isinailalim sa rehabilitasyon ang higit 300 iligal na open dump sites sa buong bansa. At ngayong may COVID-19 pandemic, nagpaalala din si Pangulong Duterte sa tamang pagtatapon ng medical waste. Ang mga gamit na medical waste tulad ng face mask, umabot na sa karagatan.
Sad to see all these face masks, all these PPEs. Not only that, there's like plastic wrappers. There's like trash all over. We need to do something.
Dahil dito, binigyan ng panuntunan ng bawat ospital at sinuportahan ng mga LGU. Ang malasakit sa tao at kalikasan, ilan lamang sa mga legasiya ni Pangulong Duterte na di makakalimutan. Pero habang hindi natututo ang lahat maging disiplinado, hindi pa rin matutuldukan ang banta sa tuluyang pagkasira ng ating kalikasan. Para sa pagbabago ng bayan, ako, si Kalezal Pardilla.
Alam mo, Yusek, Rock, sabi nga mga kanina na it is a political will.
Yes.
I mean, ang daming nagdaan ng Pangulo, pero tangi ang Pangulo lang na ito na puinersa na linisin niyo yung Manila Bay na yan. At nalinis nga pala. Imagine, nobody thought na kaya palang linisin.
At tanda mo noon na halos nakita natin kung paano dinagsa ng mga tao. Dahil para lang silipin na wala na yung basura. At isa ako dun sa pumunta.
Hindi, kasi nakasanayan natin, di ba?
Yes.
Dadaan tayo sa Ross Boulevard, basura, medyo may amoy.
Yes.
Ngayon, pag dumaan ka, ba nakikita mo yung buhangin.
Ilang dekada na dinadaanan natin yung basura. Kaya nung nakita natin na talagang ang linis na, isa ako sa mga pumunta para silipin na wala yung basura.
Anyway, bayan, taong 2017 nang sumiklab ang kaguluhan sa lungsod ng Marawi. Marami ang nasawi at mga residenteng nawala ng tahanan. Hindi naman sila pinabayaan ng pamahalaan dahil agad na tinutukan ang pagbango ng lungsod. Ang update sa rehabilitasyon ng Marawi, ihatid po ng aming kasamang si Patrick De Jesus live.
Erwin, kung dyan sa Metro Manila ay nakakaranas ng mga pag-uulan, dito sa Iligan City ay mainit ang panahon. At patungkol naman sa huling State of the Nation Address o SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte ay nagtungo tayo sa Marawi City nitong mga nakaraang araw. At ang mga residente roon ay inaabangan din yung huling SONA ni Pangulong Duterte, partikular na yung mga matatalakay nito patungkol sa rehabilitasyon ng Marawi City 4 na taon pagkatapos o matapos ang nangyaring gyera.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare Marawi City liberated from the terrorist influence.
5 taon ang nakalilipas, bumabangon na ang Marawi City na minsang nakubkob ng teroristang grupo. Nito lamang nakaraang linggo, panibagong batch ng mga internally displaced families ang napagkalooban ng permanenteng pabahay mula sa pamahalaan sa pagtulungan ng Japan government sa pamagitan ng UN Habitat. Mula sa higit 2,000 permanent housing units, tinatayang halos 300 IDPs na ang nabigyan nito na dating nakatira malapit sa Lanao Lake. Kabilang na rito ang pamilya ni Datubla at malaki ang kanyang pasasalamat, lalo't matinding pagsubok niya ang kanilang pinagdaanan noon at pagkatapos ng gyera.
Yung hirap at saka yung gutom at saka yung pagod, lalo na yung nararamdaman namin na yung pag nakikita ko yung mga anak ko na iyak sila.
Puspusan na rin ang iba pang infrastructure projects at ayon sa Task Force Bangon Marawi, on track ang rehabilitasyon ng lungsod na 70% ng kumpleto. Bagamat nagpapatuloy na ang mga mahalagang infrastructure projects sa ilalim ng rehabilitasyon ng Marawi City, ay bakas pa rin dito sa loob ng most affected area o MAA ang pinsalang dulot ng gyera. Kaya naman nanawagan pa rin ng tulong ang mga residente mula sa pamahalaan para sa ganap nilang pagbangon. Ayon sa Marawi LGU, higit 500 building permit na ang naaprubahan mula sa nasa 2,000 aplikasyon ng mga residente sa Ground Zero. Ngunit 200 pa lamang dito ang natapos o nakapagsimula na para sa muling pagsasaayos ng kanilang mga nasirang ari-arian. Ang pamilya ni Muhammad na natili pa rin sa temporary shelter. Anya, payagan man silang makabalik, hindi niya alam kung saan kukunin ang panggastos para ayusin ang nasirang tahanan. Kaya naman malaking bagay ang Marawi Compensation Bill at umaasa silang may sasabatas ito sa nalalabing 1 taon ng termino ni Pangulong Duterte.
Although ito ay hindi ho sa kamay ng ating mahal na Pangulo, kundi ito sa kamay ng mga legislatura sa Congress.
Tiniyak ng Task Force Bangon Marawi at LGU na hindi makalulusot ang anumang korupsyon at land grabbing dahil mayroon anilang transparency at patuloy na konsultasyon sa mga civil society groups. Target tapusin ang mga infrastructure projects ngayong taon.
Before the siege,
Marawi in terms of competitiveness among 145 cities in the whole country. Marawi City is 145th. Kulelat, pinakambaba. And I hope after the rehabilitation, this will shoot up.
Malaking tulong naman sa nagpapatuloy na kapayapaan sa lungsod ang kooperasyon ng mga residente at tulong ng MILF ayon sa AFP.
Umabot to sa 240 na plus na mga surrenderers na bumaba sa amin dito na former members ng DI Daula Islamia ISIS inspired group. And with the remaining na mga around 30 to 40 na nahuhold doon natin sila sa bundok.
Erwin, patungkol nga doon sa Marawi Compensation Bill ay umaasa yung mga residente at ang lokal na pamahalaan na magkakaroon na ng aksyon dito ang Kongreso sa tulong na rin ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte upang maisabatas dahil sa pamagitan nga nito ay matutulungan yung mga residente, partikular yung mga nakatira doon sa most affected area na unti-unting makabangon kapag naisaayos na nila yung kanilang mga nasirang ari-arian. Sa rehabilitasyon naman ng Marawi City na 70% ng kumpleto ayon sa Task Force Bangon Marawi ay inaasahan ang ganap na pagbangon ng lungsod at inaasahang mas magiging maunlad pa ito. Mula rito sa Iligan City para sa pagbabago ng bayan, ako po si Patrick De Jesus. Balik sa iyo, Erwin.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Patrick De Jesus, nagbabalita mula sa Iligan City.
At para tulungan tayong kilatisin ang mga naging polisiya at akbang ng Pangulo, makakausap natin ngayong araw si Professor Ramon Casiple, ang Executive Director ng Institute for Political and Electoral Reform. Magandang hapon po, Prof.
Magandang hapon din sa inyong dalawa.
Opo. Professor, kung susumahin po ang mga naging polisiya ng Administrasyong Duterte sa nakalipas na 5 taon, so paano nyo po ito ilalarawan?
Well, malaki ang mga promisa. Kaya nagulat din ako nung nanalo sa magbigay siya kagad ng mga dire-diretso sa mga pahayag. Pero ngayon, patapos ng kanyang termino, kung hindi lang alisin natin ang itong nangyaring pandemya, siguro na-achieve siguro yung mga sinasabi niya. Alam ko maraming napunta ng mga resources ng gobyerno sa pandemya at nagkaroon pa ng economic crisis dahil dun sa pandemya yon. Pero maganda naman ang lumabas. Hindi naman nagkaroon ng malaking krisis. Yung mga lumitaw ng problema gaya sa Marawi, gaya nitong sa pandemya at yung economic crisis, ay nahawakan naman at hindi naging malaking problema.
Professor, ngayong huling State of the Nation address po ng Pangulo, gaano kabigat ang magiging epekto ng mga sasabihin ng Pangulo sa mga mamanuki ng administrasyon para sa susunod na halalan?
Mahirap sagutin yung tanong na yan kasi una, hindi natin alam kung sino yung mga mamanuki niya. At hindi rin natin alam kung sino yung mga lalaban. Ang tingin ko lang, ang sasabihin ni Presidente, magiging factor yan sa mga kalkulasyon ng lahat ng mga sasama sa eleksyon na darating. Pero masyadong maaga pa para sabihin kagad kasi wala pang pangalan. Hindi pa natin sigurado.
Opo. Professor, kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa ibinahagi ninyong panahon sa aming programa. Professor Ramon Casiple, ingat po kayo.
Salamat.
Ito pa rin ang pamana ng pagbabago, ang ating special coverage sa taong 2021 na SONA, Pangulo. Tulad ng isang dato na matapang, matatag at mapagsusumbungan, ganyan kung ilarawan ng isang sociologist, si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At ang kanyang estilo ng pamumuno, bagamat may nagsasabing lihis sa pagiging formal, paminsan-minsan ay siya namang minahal ng publiko. Kilalanin natin siya dito sa Ang Pangulo.
Duterte!
Ito yung kauna-unahang presidente na hindi tuta ng kano. Ang matapang, disidido.
Mr. President, you are the only Philippine president more popular in the middle of your term than in the beginning honeymoon period.
I, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully, conscientiously fulfill my duties. So help me God. Si Duterte is not a statesman. Kayo.
I repeat it. You.
He behaves like a hoodlum. Ano pa naman yung di pa ninyo maintindihan? Tama ka!
Unpresidential. Ganyan kung ilarawan ng kritiko si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte dahil sa kanyang pananalita at estilo ng pamumuno. Pero para sa historian at sociologist na si Velasco, sumasalamin ang mga katangian ng Pangulo sa mga ordinaryong Pilipino.
Laging sinasabi na bakit si Pangulong Duterte ay kung magsalita ay hindi presidential, parang nasa kalye o parang hindi statesman, ano? Dapat maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan na yung konsepto ng presidential ay hindi iyan ang katangian ng isang Pilipino, ng isang Malayan. Kung hindi, yung konsepto ng presidential, yan ay ipinilit na i-influensya sa atin ng mga Amerikano.
Sa paliwanag naman ng political strategist na si Malu Piquia, nakaka-relate umano ang mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa Pangulo, dahilan para magustuhan siya ng publiko.
Tatanungin mo sa mga ordinaryong tao, mahal nila si Pangulo kasi he sounds like them, he behaves like them. Yun yung kailangang intindihin ng mga nakapag-aral na botante. Hindi porke nakapag-aral ka, ikaw na ang bida.
Sa isang pag-aaral na isinagawa sa Russia noong taong 2017, inilarawan si Pangulong Duterte hindi bilang isang diktador, kundi bilang isang unusual reformist.
Bakit naging reformista ang Pangulong Duterte? Sa kanyang panahon, natuloy ang mga hindi matuloy-tuloy na infrastruktura. Gaya nitong North Rail Project na yan, na 1994 pa yan binabalak na buhayin. Nasimulan ang mga hindi masimulan-simulan, gaya ng Panglao International Airport sa Bohol.
Pagdating naman sa international community, the Punisher, Duterte Harry, at controversial strongman ang paglalarawan nila sa Pangulo. Nag-ugat ito sa kontrobersyal na kampanya ng administrasyon na tuldukan ang pamamayagpag ng iligal na droga.
Do you think that makes you fit for the job of president?
Yes, of course. Given the problems of my country, yes. I have 4 million drug addicts in my country.
I said, do not destroy my country. And if you destroy the youth of my land, you are destroying my country. So that I will kill you.
Wala akong problema. I can rot in prison for my country.
Ang umano'y kulang at hindi katanggap-tanggap na pagtugon ng Administrasyong Duterte sa usapin sa West Philippine Sea at iba pang mga issue na may kaugnayan sa foreign policy ng bansa ay ilang beses naging sentro ng balita.
Ngayon, sa inyong panahon, medyo mahirap ang katayuan ninyo at binabati ko kayo sa inyong approach dito sa ating usapin sa West Philippine Sea. Hindi natin kailangan ang mainit na...
Okay, sa puntong ito ay matutunghayan na natin na pagdating ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, eksakto alas 3:40, lumapag po ang eroplano ng ating Pangulong Duterte dito po sa compound ng House of Representatives. Kasama po niya si Senator Bongo at ang kanya pong may bahay na si common law wife at ang kanya pong partner na si Hanilet Bensenya. Siya po ay ngayon po ay sinasalubong na ho ng ilang po mga kinatawan ng House of Representatives at tutungo po ito sa holding area para makipagkita muna sa ilang po sa mga delegates po ng House of Representatives bago po siya ay tutungo na rito sa ating pong kinatatayuan po sa may plenary hall. Kasama ho niya sa kanya pong kanan si Senator Bongo at ilang pang mga kasamaan po mula sa, ayan, si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco ay kapilang rin po sa sumalubong po sa ating Pangulong Duterte at maging si Senate President Tito Soto. Ayan, ito sandali po na sila ay mananatili dyan po sa holding area ng House Speaker at pag-uusapan ang ilang po mga mahalaga pang mga finishing touches para ho sa magiging pagsisimula ho ng State of the Nation address ng ating Pangulong Duterte. That's gonna be his last SONA for this year. At makikita rin po natin dito po sa plenaryo ay napapanood ng ilan po natin mga mambabatas dito sa mga tatlong widescreen po na nakaprepare ho dito at alam na ho nila na dumating na ho ang Pangulong Duterte. Sila ngayon po ay nakaupo kanina bago dumating ating po Pangulong Duterte ay abala ho ang ilan po natin mga mambabatas na makipagkwentuhan po sa kanila pong kapwa mga mambabatas sa ganoon din po mga cabinet members. Pero so far nakita ho natin na narito na ho, full force na rin po ang cabinet members po ng ating pong Pangulong Duterte. Nandito po sina Secretary, nakita ko sina Secretary Briones, nandun rin po si Secretary Harry Roque at ilang pang mga mahalaga pong mga kagawaran po ng ating pong bansa at ang kanila pong mga kalihim ay narito po at inaantabayanan po ang magiging talumpati, ang last SONA po ng ating pong Pangulong Duterte. By the way, sa pamilya ho, sa parte ho sa pamilya ho ng ating pong Pangulong Duterte, tanging si Congressman Pulong na Duterte ang makakasama ho dito sa magiging huling SONA po. Dahil nga po si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte ay minabuti po niyang sa Davao City na lamang po panuurin via virtual po ang kanya pong ang SONA po ng kanya pong ama. At at the same time, dahil nga po tinamaan nga po ng COVID-19 ang kanya pong bunsong anak na si Baste Duterte na siya pong Vice Mayor po ng Davao ay mananatili rin po siya dyan po sa kanila pong hometown sa Davao City. Si Hanilet Bensenya naman po ay mapapabilang rin po dito at siya po ay presently nandito para mapakinggan ang harap-harapan magiging talumpati po ng Pangulong Duterte. Okay, unti-unti na ho at bukang ilan po mga mambabatas ay punong-puno na rin po dito. Nandito na rin po ang ilan, nakita rin po natin ang Apostolic at Papal Nuncio. Walang iba kundi si Charles John Brown na kabilang rin po dito sa magiging pong bisita sa huling SONA po ng Pangulong Duterte. Kita nyo sa wide shot po na nakita ninyo at time team pong nakikinig sa napakaganda pong awitin na pinapatugtog po ng ating pong Philharmonic. Ito pong music na kanila pong inahandog. At makikita natin na wala hong nakatayo. At patuloy po ang pag-iikot po nito pong mga taga Presidential Security Group at the same time mga kawaniho ng House of Representatives na pinalalahanan po lahat na kailangan sundin pa rin po ang mga health protocols para maiwasan po pagkalat ng COVID-19. Bagamat lahat naman po tayo dito sa loob ng plenary hall ay nakasuot po tayo ng face mask at patuloy pong nakakapag-maintain po ng kanilang pong social distancing. Anytime, ito nag-uusap ngayon sa inyo pong TV screen ang ating pong Pangulong Duterte. Kasama ho ang mga delegates na siya pong sumalubong sa ating pong Pangulo. Nandiyan po si Senate President Tito Soto at si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco at ilang pang mga miyembro ho ng welcoming committee ng dalawang kapulungan po ng Kongreso. Anytime ay tutungo na po dito ang Pangulong Duterte. We're just waiting for go signal. Siguro may mga siguro to kwentuhan muna sila dyan at matabayanan na ho natin. Isa po siguro sa ating pong mapapakinggan sa magiging talumpati po ng Pangulong Duterte ay importante ho to para sa ating po mga kababayan dahil tayo po ay nasa lanta po nito pong pandemya tulad po ng COVID-19. Ang inaasahan po natin marinig dito at inaasahan rin po ng mga mambabatas ay yung ano po ang magiging plano ho, especially po sa economic recovery program po natin. Ito po ang magiging isa sa kahilingan ng ating pong Pangulong Duterte para ho sa ating pong dalawang kapulungan ng Kongreso na ipasa na ang Bayanihan 3 para maagapan ang epekto ng pandemya dulot nito pong COVID-19 na alam natin na nag-iibang anyo talaga ho, lalo't ito nandito na ho ito pong Delta variant na ito. So antabayanan na ho natin in a short while habang patuloy pa rin po ang kwentuhan dyan po sa holding area ng ating Pangulo. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, eksakto alas 3:40 po ng hapon ay lumapag po at dumating na po dito ang ating Pangulo. Antabayanan po natin ang magiging huling State of the Nation address po ng Pangulong Duterte in a short while. Magbabalik pa rin po ang inyo pong special coverage ng inyo pong PTV.
This special coverage is brought to you by the Development Bank of the Philippines. We build possibilities. And FrontMed, 70% isopropyl alcohol, your front line of defense, because protection and safety is our priority.
Muna na po ako.
Okay, ingat po.
Araw-araw, tayo ay hinahamon na mabuhay ng tapat at may integridad. Sobrang sukli. Dahil ang mapagkakatiwalaan sa maliit na bagay, wallet niyo po, ay mapagkakatiwalaan din sa malaking bagay. Pero ang mandaraya sa maliit na bagay ay mandaraya rin sa malaking bagay.
Magandang umaga po. Samahan niyo kaming muli dito sa Zambales, sa bayan po ng Castillejos upang mamili ng mga kamote para po sa Dimirin Foundation Meals on Wheels. Kaya tara na po, samahan niyo po kami from farm to the city. Pinagdasal po namin sa Panginoon na tulungan yung mga magsasaka. Alam ko po na magiging malaking bagay po ito para sa inyo. Tama po ba?
Masaya po kami. Hindi pala kami pinapabayaan ni God at dumating po yung Demery Foundation para mabili po yung produkto namin para maibahagi sa mga kapwa mahihirap sa syudad.
Malaking tulong po sa amin yun ng mga magsasaka. Malaking salamat po sa Panginoon po.
Abangan niyo po kami sa Barangay Payatas, Quezon City. See you!
naantig po din ako sa mga mensahe po na galing po sa ating Panginoon. Maraming salamat din po sa mga magsasaka na patuloy po tayong binibigyan ng pagkain na talagang buong puso po nilang ibinigay sa atin para makatulong din po sa mga kababayan natin.
Nagpapasalamat po kami sa DEARBC Foundation, sa kagandahang loob po ninyo. Maraming salamat po. God bless po.
Abangan niyo po muli ang buong grupo ng DEARBC Foundation Meals on Wheels at baka po sa susunod sa inyong barangay niyo naman kami makikita.
Yusek Rocky, bayan, nasa loob na po ng batasang pambansa ang Pangulo at nagkikipagpulong po siya as we speak sa mga leader ng Senado, si Senate President Soto at House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco. Nakahanda na rin makinig ang mga mambabatas, gabinete at ilang dignitaries sa ika-6 na SONA ng Pangulo.
Yes, at kung yung mapapansin na Erwin, talagang umiral yung mahigpit na social distancing, yung ating minimum health standards.
Right.
Nakita mo na layo-layo rin talaga. Ang upuan, nakita ko rin yung ating mga cabinet secretaries na naandun na sa kanilang mga pwesto. Nakita ko si DepEd Secretary Leonor Briones, katabi rin, medyo malayo rin si Defense Secretary Delphine Lorenzana. So nandun sila para abangan na rin yung itong huli SONA ni Pangulong Duterte.
Yun yung sinasabi ko kanina, Yusek Rock, yung tanong natin sa mga kasama natin sa Kongreso, lalo na kay Mela Lesmoras sa Palasyo, na sino maging kasama. Ayun nga, may kasama pala si Senator Bongo doon sa entourage, yung sa chopper, at ang kanyang common law wife, si Hanilet, at yung anak niya yata, if I'm not mistaken, kasama rin yata. Or anyway, because this is the last SONA nga ng Pangulo, kaya I expected na kasama yung kanyang first family.
Yes.
Yung hindi po nakikita, yung maliit sa kanang bahagi ng screen, yan po yung sitwasyon ngayon sa Kongreso. Ayan na po, live po yan, si Senator Tito Soto na sa kaliwang bahagi. Kung kayo po nakaharap sa TV, yung sa katabi niya ay si Lord Alan Velasco.
Yes, naantabayanan, eksaktong alas 4 ng hapon ay papasok na sa loob ng session hall si Pangulong Duterte o doon sa rostrum na tinatawag natin. Papanik na siya doon para simulan ang kanyang pag-uulat sa bayan. Kanina nung na-interview natin si House Majority Floor Leader Romualdez at sinabi niya na isa sa mga pangunahing tatalakayin sa pagbubukas ng session itong 2022 national budget.
Ano raw, gaano kahaba raw ito? Kasi di ba, usually past SONAs, alam na natin na may mga advance info tayo, ilang minuto, ilang oras.
Oo. Kasi fluid, katulad nga ng sinabi ni Mela Lesmoras. Pero sa report ni Presidential Communications Secretary Martin Andanar, sa kanyang information, 59 minutes yung speech. So, ang sabi niya, hindi niya alam kung magkakaroon ng ad-lib.
Ayun. Yung biglang maliligaw doon sa speech mismo.
At syempre, doon pa rin sa SONA, alam natin na, antabayan natin yung mga mahalagang key points na tatalakayin ni Pangulong Duterte, yung kanyang pag-uulat na sa bayan kung saan na ito na nga yung pinakahuli niyang SONA na kaya talagang inaabangan ng taong bayan. At nakita rin natin na nandun na rin si Presidential Spokesperson Harry Roque.
Oo. Pato sa may mga ilang mababatas, if I'm not mistaken, nandun yata si Senator Bato.
Nakita rin natin.
Oo, yun. Ito, si Senadora Amy ba yan? Yung nasa... itong nakaputi na may mga red parang flowers yata yung design sa kanyang damit. Anyway, yan po yung sitwasyon dyan sa plenary. Ika nga, so nantabayanan na lang natin. Siguro we'll turn over na. Yusek Rock sa ating kasama dyan sa Kongreso.
Oo, nakita mo rin Erwin, di ba? Hindi sila halos magkakatabi.
Oo, at saka mga mambabatas, ayan yung mga mambabatas, ayan yung mga congressman, mga congresswoman, yung hindi na magkasya doon sa baba, dito sa taas. Okay.
At sabi nga sa report ni Sweden Velado, bukod doon sa negative RT-PCR result ay nag-antigen test pa rin pagdating dun sa batasan. So talagang
for safety
napakahigpit at talagang binigyan sila ng, nakita mo yung suot ni Sweden na Parang wristband, oo. Na yun ang patunay na nakapasa ka at ligtas kang pumasok sa loob ng batasang
May nakita rin ako si Secretary Mark Villacanino, parang may ID nakagay, clear.
So talagang ganun kahigpit yung kanilang protocol para sa huling State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
So, sa ilang saglit ba yan, abay talagang tama si Yusek Rocky, alas 4 in punto. Usually, ang SONA ng Pangulong Duterte, ng mga Pangulo na magsusona dyan, I think it is the tradition, kaya inaantay, may ilang minuto pa bago mag-alas 4, kaya nakaintabay na lahat. Maging si Senate President nandiyan na sa ibabaw at saka si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco naroon na rin. So inaantabayanan na lang po natin ang pagpasok ng Pangulong Duterte diyan kanina. Bago tayo nag-break, kasama niya pa sina Senator Soto at sa Speaker Velasco.
Yes.
Doon sa parang isang kwarto. Pero ngayon sila ay nandyan na ngayon sa ikang plenaryo.
Okay.
Alright. Ay magtungo na po tayo doon sa aming mga kasama sa Kongreso para magbigay pa sa atin ng update dyan. Kumustahin natin sino-sino yung mga...
Pero may ibang gabinete rin na nandun sa Malacanang naman para panoorin ang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Nakikita natin si DOJ Secretary Leonardo Guevara, si Executive Secretary, kung di ako nagkakamali, Salvador Medaltea.
Oo. At iba pang mga gabinete. Tama nga yung sinabi ni Melo Les Moras, may mga ibang sasama kay Pangulo sa Kongreso, pero meron din dyan sa Malacanang. Sa anong silid ito? Rocky, itong pwesto nila.
Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ito yung nasa ceremonial hall.
Ceremonial hall. Mas maraming pwedeng umupo doon.
Yes, mas malaki yun. Mas malaki yung lugar na yon para ma-monitor nila ang State of the Nation address. Ito yung lugar kung saan nanumpa si Pangulong Duterte bilang Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Yung lugar na yon, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Yun yung lugar na yon.
Alright, puntahan na ho natin ang aming mga kasama dyan sa Batasan.
Okay, Erwin, inaantay lang natin. Siguro yung punto alas 4 ng hapon ay lalabas na dito. Hindi na susundin yata ang as per my information. Dati kasi mula sa holding area ay maglalakad pa yan ng ating po Pangulong Duterte. No? Parang iikutin pa ho niya. At dito mismo sa sentro ho ng entrada ho ng ating pong plenary hall papasok. Pero hindi na ho yata mangyari ho yan. At ang plano ho yata, kung saan po lumabas si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco at maging si Senate President Soto, doon na rin po lalabas ang ating pong Pangulong Duterte. Papasok ko dito sa plenary hall po. Parang iniiwasan nila na mas mahaba po lalakarin pa at baka makasaga pa ho ng COVID-19. Mas maigi na po ito na very safe at very short ang kanya pong hahakbangin lamang hanggang siya po'y makarating po dito sa mismong plenary hall at dito sa mismong tapat ng plenary hall. Anyway, ilang saglit lang lamang ay inaantabayan na natin at marami na ho dito sa ating mga mambabatas ang naka-ano na rin po, naka-ready na rin, nakaupo na rin. Yung first two rows, ito po yung ating po mga senador, no? Mula sa upper house. Kikitaw ninyo, ang pinakauna ho doon sa upper area na yan ay walang iba kundi si House Majority Leader Mig Zubiri. At the same katabi ho niya si Senator Bong Revilla Jr. at si Senator Tolentino, if I'm not mistaken. At ang ilang pong mga senador ay nasa likuran po na si Senator Amy Marcos at ilan pa. At doon naman po sa panig ng mga mambabatas, nandun po sa kabila. Mostly, nandun po sa, if you're facing the flag, nasa kanang bahagi po ay mostly po mga House of Representative members po yan. At dito naman po sa likuran, ang mga cabinet members na nakantabay na rin po at mapapakinggan ang magiging State of the Nation last. Ito, nakikita ninyo sa inyong TV screen ay meron pong official kinukunan lamang ho ng pictures ang ating pong Pangulong Duterte. Kasama ho ang una, si Senator Bongo. At the same time ito, si ang kanyang pong common law wife at ang kasulukuyang pong partner po niya na si Hanilet Avencenia. Ito po ay usual na customary pong ginagawa ho ng first family, pero ang ano dito, wala ho dito ang kanya pong ilan po sa kanya pong miyembro ho ng pamilya ho niya. Lalong-lalo na po ang panganay pong anak na si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte, na minabuti pong manatili na lamang po sa kanya pong hometown sa Davao City at papakinggan na lamang po ang speech ng kanya pong ama via virtual. Ganun rin po ang kanya pong bunsong anak na si Baste, ang Vice Mayor po ng Davao City. Siya tanging lamang po ang pangalawang anak po na si Congressman Pulong Duterte, na siya rin pong kinatawan ng House of Representatives. Ito na, palabas na. Palabas na po ang ating pong Pangulong Duterte. At ito nga po, dito nga po, ayun, okay, ito na po, ay patuloy na po, ay naglalakad na po ang ating pong Pangulong Duterte. Patungo po dito sa plenary hall. Ganun pa rin, usual pa rin po ang ginawa pala. Doon pa rin po dadaan ang ating Pangulong Duterte, dadaanan pa rin po niya, at dito po papasok sa mismohong sentro pa rin po ng entrada ng plenary hall ng House of Representatives. At eventually po ay i-call to order na po ng dalawang kapulungan po ng Kongreso sa pamamagitan po ni na Senate President Tito Soto at the same time ang House Speaker po ng Lower House, Lord Alan Velasco. Ito po, kasama po ni Pangulong Duterte ay si Senator Bongo sa kanya pong kaliwang bahagi po, at ang mga kinatawan po ng Presidential Security Group, PSG. Ito, on the way na po, malapit na po, konting antay na lamang po. Ang inyo pong nakikita ngayon ay tinitingnan po ng Pangulong Duterte yung pong mga larawan na nakahilera po dyan sa gallery area po bago ho pumasok po ito ng plenary hall. Ayun. Ayun. At unti-unti na po itong nakarating na po dito sa entrada. Ito. Ayun. Mga larawan po ng mga dati po mga House Speakers ng House of Representatives. Ito na ho, nakatungtong na po siya sa mismong entrada ho ng plenary hall ng ating po. At atin po salubungin ng ating po Pangulong Duterte.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is called to order.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is hereby called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, to be led by Ms. Morissette Amon and accompanied by the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra.
Pag-ibig, pelas ng sinanganan, alap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulubig, di ka pasisihin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong pagka, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan may di mabibigin. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat na'y mag-api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the nation's prayer.
Ama naming makapangyarihan sa lahat, narito po kami upang magpasalamat sa lahat ng biyayang binibigay mo po sa aming mayaman na kalikasan, mga kakayahan at tibay ng loob. Maraming salamat po. Basbasan mo po at gabayan ang aming mahal na inang bayan at ang aming mga leader na pangalagaan ang aming kinabukasan bilang susunod na henerasyon ng aming mahal na Pilipinas. Gabayan mo po kami sa harap ng pandemya at protektahan mo po kami. Ipakita mo po sa amin ang tamang daan upang malagpasan namin ito at lahat ng mga darating pang sakuna, kalamidad o anumang hamon. Lahat ng ito ay tinatanggap namin bilang pagsubok lamang upang lalo kaming sumampalataya sa iyo. Naway matamo namin ang ganap na pagkakaisa bilang isang bayan. Turuan mo po kaming maging mapagkumbaba at laging unahin ang aming kapwa bago ang aming mga sarili, lalo na ang mga kapuspalad, mga dumaraing at ang mga nais na marinig, pati na rin ang mga kababayan naming naghahatid ng mahalagang serbisyo sa kapwa, maging dito sa Pilipinas o sa ibang bansa.
Patatagin mo po sana kami bilang tao at bilang isang bayan na laging nananalig at naniniwalang hindi mo po kami pababayaan kailanman.
Salamat, Panginoon, sa lahat ng iyong blessing sa amin. Ito po ang aming dasal. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Congress, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly sit down, please. By far, this is the most beautiful sauna crowd that ever happened here. So many beautiful faces, and you only have to guess when you see the full face of the person.
Senate President Vicente Soto III, and the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Lord Alan J. Velasco, and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Fidel V. Ramos, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Joseph Ejercito Estrada, the Chief Justice Alexander Gismondo, and the Justices of the Supreme Court, Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdia, and the members of the Cabinet, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Archbishop Charles John Brown, and the distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps. My fellow government workers, and of course, to my lovely wife, Hanilet, mga mahal kong kababayan, when I assumed the presidency 5 years ago, dominant in my mind were the dreams and visions of a better life for all Filipinos. I saw them as reachable through the institution of reforms and radical changes in both in the structure of government and the mode of governance. Changes designed responsibility, accountability, and all in consonance with the truth that the public office is a public trust. When I ran for the presidency, I just made fundamental processes, and strangely, you can count them by the fingers of your hand. I made those changes which I thought that was really, there was time and doable. To offer free education, it's there already. The universal health care, nandiyan na po. The fight against illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, and the development structure, including free irrigation and other big-ticket projects, which I thought I did not have the funds to do it. But perchance, among others, they were done in my term. Today, as I approach my term, my end of my term, I have less visions, but more remembrances. But mine is not to review or to second guess what might have been, but to bear and respond with the urgency of the unforeseen events as they unfolded. Even before I took the oath of office, and everyone else, I suppose, knew the gravity of the enormity of the problems that the country was facing. And precisely because of that awareness, I was driven to hasten implementation of changes which I believe the country needed, keeping in mind that the Constitution afforded me only 6 years to make those changes happen. Making a difference within the constitutional time frame is what I was up against. But no one gets by legally without warming to the needle's eye of the constitutional imperatives. That is why I cajoled, I shielded, I pushed, and I tangled with men of wealth and influence who were oblivious to the angst and pleas of the weak and impoverished. And for that, I was pilloried to no end. But I did not succumb to the attacks, and neither did I allow criticisms, however intense, dampen my determination and initiatives, because my purpose was pure and unpolluted. While we were busy instituting reforms, the twin augurs of illegal drugs and corruption laid low for a while, only to resurface as still with us. And make no mistake about it, corruption is but another term of stealing people's money, dashing in its wake a nation's goals and aspirations. Due to the brilliant programs and excellent work of our economic managers and the extraordinary cooperation between the executive and legislative branches of government, our economy, with investor confidence, was poised to leapfrog from the company into the company of the world's fastest growing economies until COVID-19 pandemic stalled everything. Be that as it may, allow me this opportunity to extend my personal and the nation's gratitude to all those who selflessly gave their all in the fight against COVID-19, our health workers and other frontliners who risk their own safety. To keep our essential health services and our food supply chain running, boosting the economy activity and ensure peace and order in our communities. I would like also to extend my deepest appreciation for the generosity of the private sector who came to the government's aid in fighting COVID-19. I am profoundly thankful for your sustained assistance to fellow Filipino. And amidst the same deleterious effect of the pandemic to our respective industries, let me assure you that the government is committed to assess the private sector to regain the commercial vibrance of the country prior to the pandemic. to our local executives, this pandemic pushed you to step up and deliver responsive assistance. I'm glad to have seen you undertake new and heightened responsibility, working doubly hard to protect your constituents. To the international development partners who extended a helping hand amidst the global health emergency, the Philippines remembers your kindness and goodwill with sincere gratitude. And to all of you who answered the call to protect one another by adhering to our nation's protocols, daghang salamat. But then, let me ask, perhaps you and to myself, what exactly is the state of the nation today? In the light of the pandemic which has paralyzed business activities and crippled even the strongest world's economies. So, where do we go from here? Looking back to our accomplishments. In my first SONA, I laid down with utmost commitment and resolve the overall direction of my presidency. A comfortable life for all Filipinos anchored on a people-centered approach to development and governance. If I remember correctly, my administration, I said, will implement a human approach to development governance in our people's welfare in the areas of health, free education, adequate food and housing, environmental preservation, and respect for the culture. I bore no illusions that steering a nation towards a comfortable life for every Filipino would be easy. Indeed, the past 5 years have truly been challenging and humbling. I stand here before you today bearing no conceit, but if there is one thing that I could be proud of, is that not once did I waver in doing the unpopular, even if it meant upholding the greatest good for the greatest number. Before I took office, our country was beset with communist insurgency scattered across the nation, a separatist movement that sought to divide us on the basis of religion and religion's deficiencies, and the proliferation of illegal drugs and criminality. Our armed forces were ill-equipped to deal with internal and external threats, while the police force had been overwhelmed by criminality and the drug trade problem. This is why I made it a priority to strengthen the institution, boost the morale of the men and women of the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police and other armed services. Again, I thank Congress for working with the Executive Department in enhancing capabilities of the AFP and PNP through our modernization program. In 2018, we raised the salaries of our military and uniformed policemen and personnel to a level commensurate to the critical role they play in upholding national security and maintaining order. I am asking Congress to pass a unified system of separation, retirement, and pension of military and uniformed personnel to maintain government fiscal flexibility and provide adequate benefits and remuneration to our men and women in uniform. They shall apply only to the new entrants of the military and civil. Hindi ho lahat. Cannot be that we have to pay so many, even the salaries of the retired. They get a chunk of the big budget. And if we include the new entrants, the funds available for them would not be enough. It is also high time for us to pass a law providing free legal assistance to AFP and PNP officers, enlisted personnel. To help them from charges arising from incidents related to the performance of official duty. The continuous upgrading of our defense capability shall ensure that we shall uphold our territorial integrity and sovereignty from external and security threats among the new additions. We welcome the country's 2 missile-capable warships to enable us to protect our seas by providing them with necessary equipment, by enhancing their professional capabilities, and looking after the families of the soldiers who would not be longer be in their company. We do not only strengthen our military and police institution, we also inspire them to serve this nation with the highest degree of loyalty and patriotism. We enable them to carry out their mandate to defeat all enemies of the state, whatever the cost. Indeed, I am proud of the accomplishments of our troops in securing our nation against all threats to our democratic institution. But peace must be realized. Peace and security is not only just a military concern. That is why we deviated from the traditional purely military approach in dealing with matters of national security. With the creation of the National Task Force to End Communist Armed Conflict, or NTF-LCAC, we have made great strides in addressing the root causes of this conflict by empowering our kababayans who have been used by the communists for many decades. In our continuing effort to build state of safe and conflict-resilient barangays, we have worked towards the sustainable rehabilitation and development of communities where the communists used to operate. Through the NTF-LCAC, we invested in farm-to-market roads, school buildings, water and sanitation, health stations, and livelihood. Alam mo, kasali na tayo dito lahat. Always, every law or every regulation must pass Congress, of course, to the President. But sometimes, you know, in our, in the performance of our duties, we encounter the not so nice of confronting each other. But because of these interventions, more than 17 former communist rebels have surrendered to government. They have returned to the folds of the law and are happily reintegrating programs or the local eclipse. It's either I am talking too fast or too slow, or the operator of this thing here is drowsy. Maybe because I had so many ad-libs along the way. Marami akong akin lang. Kaya yung nahinto ako when I stop and I'm process something in the gray matter between my ears, hindi humahabol o hindi alam ng operator. Hindi bale, ma'am, mahal pa rin kita. Lalaki ba ito o yung mga babae? Kagabi yung mga babae, sila? Sabihin mo sa kanila, magipagkita ako maya. I will embrace them for their punctuality in operating this, this strange machine that gives you the speech. With the support of our local government units, I am confident that support for the communist movement will continue to erode in the next few months. Unlike the decades-old Moro rebellion in Mindanao, we also bring an end to the armed struggle of the communists once and for all. Sa totoo lang, itong komunista, college pa ako. Hanggang ngayon, ang mga sige pa rin. So, speech mo lang ito, kunwari lang, pero ang totoo, there's a lot of fighting going on in the countryside. But I'd like to credit the police and the military for destroying so many communist fronts. I think they have destroyed more than 15 apparatus or the fronts of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Alam mo, mag-istorya muna tayo sa taxation. I'd like to be frank with you. Everybody in this country are paying taxes to the communists. The Communist Party earns billions, but pass on a little to their fighting men who die for an ideology that is so rotten and corrupt. They themselves are pocketing the money, and their children are studying in Europe and in other places, which I think none of you here can finance such journey. Yan ang masakit dito. They collect taxes, support season in Netherlands, and they do nothing but bad-mouth government and mouth, war dogmas and everything. Hindi na sila nagpagod. It's about 53 years in the making. And until today, the poor people are dying. The cadres, and most of them belonging to the indigenous tribes of our country, are fighting a losing battle between the communists and the government. They waste lives, they enlist children, and they are proud of it, but they deny it. But when you go to the mountains, such as I and Senator go many times, even during the elections, they were there with so many arms that I think somebody, an idiot here in the Philippines, supplied the firearms. I'd like to ask Congress, especially Senator Bato, kindly dig on, because we have identified the person who imported the AK-47 into this country on the pretext of using it in the security, providing security and guards in business establishments, and for those who can afford their home. This policeman, I think, is still there. He was a colonel, and she is still, walang nangyari. At maraming sundalong namatay dahil sa mga armas na pinasok nila dito sa Pilipinas. So that my orders to you, if you see them walking around, kindly shoot them dead. I would be happy. Anyway, you're already charged in the ICC together with me. So what is the problem of adding another one another idiot Filipino who has caused great damage to our country. Yan ho ang totoo dyan. At itong mga pulis, but let me go back in time. When I first said I will fight drugs in 6 months, I thought it was like in Davao. You can either coerce, intimidate, or bribe them, or give them money. I said, lumabas kayo ng Davao, doon kayo magkalat sa Luzon at sa ibang lugar. Huwag dito sa Davao. Naniniwala naman ang mga ulol at we were able to attain a sense of normalcy in the city. Yun ho ang totoo. There are people charged with corruption and even going to prison for just maybe not telling the truth in their assets and liabilities. Nakukulong. Itong mga police were doing their thing, their drugs. They were the manufacturers and they were the distributor of drugs. When I became president, I asked De La Rosa, he was the chief of police of my city, I promoted him direct to being PNP chief. 4-star na kaagad automatic. But I told him and the others, look for the enemies. Look for where they are. And if you find them, destroy the apparatus. Destroy all, from the manufacturers to the peddlers. Because we are fighting a drug war that was being participated in the business by 9 generals of the PNP. Kaya ang sakit sa loob ko. I did not know that I was fighting my own government. Customs and everyone else were facilitating the importation of drugs. And one importation, as you can see it every night on TV, the police now sees about almost $1 billion worth of drugs every day. And if you look at the 888, there are about 1,000 Filipinos arrested every day by the police in connection with drug trafficking. And that is why I go crazy looking at the situation. They are still around. We do not have the laboratories now because nawala na sila. At itong naiwan ngayon are doing the importation. The citizens of another country cook their shabu in their tugboat or something, and they threw out the product contained in the plastic bags and with GPS attached to the contraband so that the importers here could find them easily. That is how we are fighting, almost losing a battle against drugs. And now, the Sinaloa gangsters of Mexico and the triad of Laos in that area. They are busy cooking, and we have the Filipinos here with nothing in their mind except to destroy a nation, distributes them. That is what I said. I've been asked the question, and several times I gave the answer. I am a Filipino, and I love my country. I do not want my country in disarray because of drugs. I do not want families break up and become dysfunctional. Yun ang masakit sa akin. If you want to destroy a family, look for a way of the member or a resident of that family home. Biglang mga droga. Pag nandyan na yung droga at they are hooked, and that is the end. Sometimes families are separated because of drugs, becomes dysfunctional, at yung mga masawa magpunta doon sa abroad, to look for jobs. And you know, in the Middle East, I am not attributing it to any particular country, but there are tribes in the Middle East who are employing our Filipino citizens, and they are uniformed. Everybody who comes here home, ask them how many hours of sleep they have. They said it's only 3 to 4 hours. And the food is hogwash. And the sacrifice, because they send money to the families back home, and thinking all the time that the money was spent usefully, only to realize when she comes home that that family has already dispersed to nowhere. Bakit yan? Because itong mga durugista sa baba, itong peddlers, itong basurero, tawag, it's street lingo. They look for families na may mga nanay, tatay nagtrabaho, ang tatay or nanay nagtatrabaho sa abroad. And to think na iniiwan nila ang mga anak nila kung saan-saan na lang, to their neighbors at the tender age of 3 to 4, 5, it breaks your heart. Iiwan lang nila sa kapitbahay kung walang mga relatives. And then, when they come back 4 years after, they now realize that their young sons and daughters have gone into prostitution because of drugs. And their boys or their male are nowhere to be found and into the drug business also. Yun ang pinakamasakit. Masakit sa akin na ang Pilipina pumunta doon para magtrabaho because sexual abuse in some tribes in the Middle East have this notion that if you are a slave or you are a paid person working for them, sexual abuse becomes part of the territory. Kaya dyan ako pumuputok at nakakita ko yung mga pamilya na sira. and to think that they labored without sleep, eating, I said, garbage, and not being allowed to go to their own church to pray, well, that is prohibited by them. And we have been, just because of their money that they get, we just look the other way around, but still being, bothered every night, and what will happen to the next succeeding group of. That is why I have in this speech, I talk about slavery. Pero yan, magprangka ako, I will never deny, and the ICC can record it. Those who destroy my country, I will kill you. And those who destroy the young people of our country, I will kill you. Talagang nangyariin ito because I love my country. You can do it the legal way, but it would take you months and years. And you know what? The statistics I just learned the other night, that plenty of those who are in the middle class have been released from prison despite the fact that they are charged of trafficking, which is non-bailable, and most of them are out. Babae pati lalaki ang kaso. And that is why I said, I toyed with the idea. I said, if there is still space, with due respect to the Senate President, he is a good man. He can become a good Vice President. He is holy. Ngayon, hindi na siya nahuhuli. Noon, huling-huli siya. But with due respect to Senator Soto, who's also running for the Vice Presidency, he is a capable man, a good man, and a Filipino. Sige ako tingin sa harap na dito para sa likod ko. You know, you are old. I've been in politics, mayor for 23 years. 5 years as a congressman dito. I work here. And 4 years working as vice mayor for my daughter, Sarah. And the presidency. I have been in politics almost 23 plus 4 plus 4. Almost 40. Kaya kung hindi ko na malaman ang seat arrangement dito, hindi ko alam na noon pa ang mga Senate President pati. Butit na lang hindi ko sinali si Velasco. Baka hindi na ako makabalik doon maya. Bale, diretso na ako uwi. I have said many times before, the bloodshed caused by the separatist movement in Mindanao is all about correcting the historical injustice suffered by the Moro people. Since the period of colonialization, with the help of Congress, we were able to pass the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Finally fulfilling a promise that was decades in the making. Our victory in Marawi is also a testament to how the Filipinos' patriotism is far stronger than any extremist group. As I have said before many times, there is no room for lawlessness in this country. Rebuilding a better Marawi remains today still not completed. To Task Force Bangon Marawi, we need to race against time, and you have to finish the necessary work for to rehabilitate the war-torn city and bring back its families back home. Let me talk again about the drugs. I was just ahead because I was talking something else. Nag-segue ako. While we have made great strides in ending rebellion and insurgency in various parts of the country, we still have a long way in our fight against the proliferation of drugs. This problem has hounded our country for several decades, destroying families and degrading the moral fiber of our society. When I assumed office, I committed to end this problem at the soonest possible time. We launched an unprecedented war against illegal drugs and to destroy their apparatus. That permitted every level and sector of society. We wage war on the manufacturers, the financiers, the suppliers, the peddlers, and the entire syndicates, and more importantly, their protectors in government. We have rescued and reformed drug dependence because of their idiotic sense of decency. While interventions and building facilities not only for the rehabilitation, but also to prepare them to reintegrate into society. Our unyielding campaign led to the surrender of millions of drug dependents and neutralization, capture, and prosecution of thousands of drug personalities. The dismantling of illegal drugs and syndicates and the drug laboratories, the extensive drug communities down to the barangay level, and the cutting of narco politics. You know, allow me a little bit of your time. Wala naman siguro kayong lakad ngayon. Unless na, no, you want to, unless you have this appointment with, I'm sure hindi babae yan. That would be a sexist statement. Kung nagmamadali talaga, halos tumatakbo, babae yan. Kung naglalakad lang na natural, medyo less important yan. Ganon yan. Pero dito wala. I'm not making any sexist. I'm just saying the truth. What is the truth? It's there for all to see. Let me talk about our quest for infrastructure development. 5 years ago, the first thing I made sure was to increase our infrastructure spending to an average of 5% of the country's GDP. This is significantly higher than infrastructure spending of each and past 4 administrations. Thanks to the comprehensive tax reform program that enabled us to fund critical infrastructure projects, today we can see the tangible results all around. MRT-3, with its frequent breakdowns and unloading of passengers mid-rail, was a horror. That was for the daily commuters to endure in the past. Now, MRT-3 no longer unloads passengers but to their destinations. The waiting time between trains had been significantly reduced to 10 trains running at only 30 kilometers per hour before. Now MRT runs 23 trains at 60 kilometers per hour. We have taken away the misery of public commuting. We also pursue the completion of the LRT to East Extension project by extending Line 2 and adding 2 more stations. We have reduced travel time between Manila and Antipolo from the usual 2 to 3 hours to only just 40 minutes. Thanks to our partnership with the private sector, we are able to open Stage 3 of the Metro Manila Skyway in January this year. This decongested EDSA and other major roads in Metro Manila. On Independence Day last month, we also inaugurated the Kalayaan Bridge, part of the BGC Ortigas Centerlink project, which will reduce the usual 1-hour travel time between the 2 business districts in just 12 minutes. Beyond Metro Manila, we are pursuing several high-impact projects that will be completed within my term and perhaps in the following years. It's a question of money. Just this July, we inspected the newly built passenger terminal building of the Clark International Airport. The new and modern passenger terminal is equipped with the latest state-of-art technology. This can accommodate 8 million passengers, alleviate air traffic congestion at the Naya Airport, as well as serve a major growth driver and gateway to northern and central Luzon. Madali man na mapakpak, ang basa ang mahirap. To help promote equitable development, we also completed several roads leading to important trade corridors. Last year, we completed the construction of the Poro Point Free Port Zone Road in La Union, which improved nakita na ninyo yan? Wala. Sige lang pakpak. You don't even have a picture of what I'm talking about, I'm sure. To improve access to prime spots for investment tourism in the Poro Point area. We also completed the Junction Lanao-Pagadian-Zamboanga City Road, which will provide easier access to farms and easily transport their agricultural products at low cost and in great quantities to industries and economic zones located in Diplahan, Zamboanga, Sibugay. The Sorsogon City in Bicol, inuna namin yan kasi mahal ko ang mga Bicolano. Pangangatawan ninyo yung pakpak ninyo ha, baka the Sorsogon City Coastal Pass-by Road is targeted completion by the end of 2021, while the Davao City Coastal Road will be completed by 2023. Bakit? Why? Why is Davao last? Kasi sinabi ko sa kanila, unahin ninyo yung buong Pilipinas. During the initial years of my presidency, I told the economic managers and the DPWH, pati si Art Tugade sa transportation, unahin ninyo ang Luzon at ibang areas sa Mindanao. Do not look into the political entrails of this city and other provinces. Sinadya ko talaga na ipanghuli ang Davao. Kaya for the Davaoenos, you must understand that we cannot really unahin natin yung, kasi taga dyan ako eh. Kung hindi ako sigurado taga Davao, tapos na yan, pareho ng iba. Kaya lang sinabi ko, make Davao the last priority. At totoo yan. Sorsogon is little politics, but that's the territory of our Vice President, Lene Robredo. Are you here, ma'am? Zoom. Meron ho kayong Sorsogon at iba pa. We have inaugurated new highways and roads and skyways. We have brought both new trains, and these are a testament that we have greatly eased the grueling experience of traveling and commuting. And to sustain our momentum in infrastructure development, I have directed DPWH, DTR, NEDA, Department of Finance, and DBM to be on full speed to ensure that our flagship project will be completed within my term, especially those that could help disperse economic activity outside of the densely populated Metro Manila. I thus earnestly call upon our LGU and private sector partners to help us speed and go for the earliest realization towards our flagship project, infrastructure, and others. Let me dwell about governance. As we improve the connectivity, we work towards greater convenience for our travelers. We have extended the validity of the Philippine passport to 10 years to lessen the burden of our traveling travelers and OFWs. We have also gone beyond merely addressing the 3 million backlog of the driver's licenses in 2016. We also extended for the new cards the validity of the driver's license to 5 years, and addedly, we shall begin the issuance of these driver's licenses within 10 years, which would be good for 10 years if there is no traffic violation. So, punta ko diyon sa LTO, maybe you have a good sight. Merong ano yan eh. I think there's an examination there somewhere to test your ability to drive safely. And you go back 10 years after, and you think that you still have the good sight, and your reflexes are still good. 10 years, maraming banggaan yan. Sigurado ako. You know, after 10 years, after 5, there should be a stricter measure to it by imposing stringent requirements to test the essential functions of eyesight, then the hearing. Yung iba, hindi na nakakarinig ng serbato eh. And so, I have to, 10 years is too long. So I like it. It's good. But we should have, as I said, in 5 years, we should go there for a medical makeover. Tingnan lang kung kaya pa. Not only did we extend the validity of the licenses and passports, we also sought to make long lines a thing of the past. By streamlining government processes, these efforts are embodied in the Ease of Doing Business Act, which Congress passed on 2018. Thank you, Congress. Sa inyo yun. Ako ang nagpirma pala. Ako nag-execute. Pakpak rin kayo. Dapat ganun ang SONA. Sabihin mo lahat. At sabihin mo na your, not really your qualms, but your misgivings somewhere there. Transactions will be further streamlined with the rollout of the Philippine Identification System, or the PhilSy, to the Philippine Identification System Act. With this, we hope to facilitate better access, better services and access for all Filipinos, even in the far-flung areas. I want to say something about this, but I'm taking too long, We also ensured the modification of the salary schedule for civilian government personnel through the Salary Standardization Law 5. A necessary measure for our civil servants to recognize their work and accomplishment, as well as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. We have this legacy, and we hope to pass on this establishment of Central Business Portal, single site, and for all business-related transactions, such as securing business permits, licenses, and clearances, on launch earlier this year. It shall be elevated our global standing in doing business arena and improve our country's competitiveness. Alam mo ito, yung queuing, when I was a mayor, I don't know, but maybe a legislator or a senator or a congressman, well, not really he's higher than the others. But kung dumaan ka as a local government employee worker, just like me, for 23 years, itong queuing, matagal ko na ito. In Davao, ang passport issuances na doon sa likod ng SM. Isang gabi, nagmotor ako, nakita ko yung mga paa sa simento. So I was thinking, anong nangyari dito? So nagbaba ako, sabi ko, bakit dito kayo natutulog? Sabi nila, Mayor, ang pagbukas niyan, kailangan nakapila na kami. Pag hindi, sunod, ibang araw na naman kami. So, I called for the chief of office. And I said, look, I may not be the person above you, supervising. But make sure that this thing will not happen tomorrow. As in tomorrow. Tapos tinawagan ko sabi ko, why don't you give cards? Kung marami sila paglinya, may maglakad na martial, ito, ikaw bukas, at 4 p.m. So you have to study the time and motion of people doing work. Sabi ko, ayaw ko dito sa Davao. Because Mindanao, nasa Davao ang issuances ng passport. So ngayon, pagka-presidente ko, sabi ko, ayaw ko nang makita yan. Not during my time. Not during my time. Maghanap ka ng ibang panahon. Ayusin ninyo yan. I do not want people queuing under the heat of the sun and rain. Kaya, sabi ko, di magbigay kayo ng card. They should go to one window, magkuha kayo kung kailan sila makabalik. So divide, I should study your time. And the motion of, the process of, and dito nangyari na because I insisted. Today there is no more queuing, especially in the National Office, Statistics Office. Nakita ko. Talagang, sabi ko na, either you fix the thing or I will resign tomorrow because I could not bear to see those people. Hindi sa panahon ko. Kung hindi ko madala, hindi ko man kayo mapatay. Hindi ko kayo mabugbog. Ako ang alis sa gobyerno. Sabi ko, ayusin ninyo yan. Hindi ko gustong makita yan. Since 2016, the Office of the President has issued 138 executive orders, 43 administrative orders, 86 memorandum circulars, 52 memorandum orders, and 1,038 proclamations. These issuances have been integral guideposts government administration and development agenda. The Office of the President has demonstrated careful stewardship of the power by initiating reforms. We upgraded and improved the system and processes to ensure that it can provide the best service to the institution of the presidency and the offices under it, ultimately to the Filipino people. To further promote transparency and accountability in government, we also issued the Order of the Freedom of Information and opens the records of transaction, decision, issuances of all government agencies. In relation to this, we have also Presidential Anti-Corrupt Commission that is tasked to run after corrupt and erring government officials and bring them to justice. Alam mo, I don't know if you perhaps have come to know about this. I have yung pastillas sa airport. There were 43 personnel involved. I fired them all. Talagang binaalis ko sa gobyerno. Nagbalot mga ako ng pera sa pastillas. Sabi ko magbalot ka, lagyan mo ng pera. Kaya ito ang ipakain ko sa kanila. Tinawag ko, 43 of them from the immigration. Mabutit na lang, nandyan si Justice Secretary Guevara. So, that prevented me from doing it because kung hindi siya dumating, and I never expected him to be there, bigyan ko isa't isa yung papel at ipakain ko talaga yung pera sa kanila. Gusto mo ng pera, kainin mo. That is the best way of then you fire them. Customs 73 plus 42, and every day you have we have dismissed about 200 government personnel. But some I did not allow the publication because may mga pamilya eh. So of late yung sabi nila na wag na lang kasi nasasaktan yung mga. So ngayon wala na. I have stopped it, but there is no saying that we cannot reimpose it again for all of these idiots. I still have about a year to go. I will reach you somehow. But corruption is endemic in government. You cannot stop corruption. Nobody can stop corruption unless you overturn government completely. If I were the next president, if you think that there's really a need for you to change everybody in the system, then you declare martial law and fire everybody and allow the new generation to come in to work for government. Eh, kung hindi mo ganunin, walang mangyari. Nandyan, it's in the system. Kagaya ng drugs. Sino ba naman maniwala na 9 generals sa police were into trafficking of drugs? And because they are policemen, the charges simply just, disobeyed. Because the prosecution, the investigation, which form part of the vital documents in court, nobody was investigating because they are also policemen. Kaya yan kahirap ang Kaya gusto mo, itong mga to, talagang the only way to do it, just call them and say, look for another job. Don't. Ganun kahirap. Now, let me pursue my talk with the foreign policy of the country. In the international arena, we have vigorously pursued an independent foreign policy centered on the promotion and protection of our core national interests. Yet, sigurado kayo sa pinakpakan ninyo? I was just laying the predicate of what I'm going to say. Yet, we continue. I will just give the cue, then you clap your hands. Biro lang yan. Yet we continue to work with all nations and seek partnerships that work. Because despite differences, it is an independent world where interests and objectives intersect. Now, partners heretofore silent for equivocal reasons have expressed their principled positions that echo our own, that disputes and contested areas, the majesty of the law must prevail, and this is most welcome. To our friends in ASEAN and around the world, thank you for supporting my government, my country and people, where it truly matters. I assure you that the Philippines will remain a responsible member of the international community. And we will work with you to achieve our shared objectives. But make no mistake, rather. Gone are the days when the Philippines decides and acts in the shadows of the great powers. We will assert what is rightfully ours and fight for what is rightfully due to the Filipino people. We do not have any sooner every day. Now is as good as any other time to just let it out from puso mo. This is why we send back container vans of garbage, because our country is not a dump site. And the first country to do that, hindi ko alam kung bakit, ang Canada. And the container was there for 3 years because hindi alam ng port authorities kung anong gawain nila sa garbage. And I said, isauli mo. I want it done tomorrow. Those containers must be out of our country. Pag hindi, kayong lahat, all of you in custody, I'll fire you. That is a good ground for dismissing people for accepting the garbage. Kaya may isa pa. Pero let you in this story. The Balingiga bell. We welcome back the bells of Balingiga after many decades because historic wrong needed to be corrected. The deal was, I would say, I am in bad faith. Sigurado yan, I will admit it, but this is the real story. The Americans, former soldiers, war veterans, went to see me, I think it was in Aguinaldo, and some military men. And in no uncertain terms, they said that you have been invited by Trump to go to America. Have you decided to go there? I said, no. Why? Because I do not like the way that you are treating my country. Why? I said, for one, and there was the clamor now of Balingiga. You return the bells of Balingiga. So that's a war really sacred also to the soldiers. Then it is more sacred to us in addition to the religion, the Roman Catholic Filipino Church. The church. Sabi nila, why would to make a deal? Si Hogan, he is around. He's a CIA agent. Sabi niya, isauli namin, pupunta ka, because I said earlier in my presidency, there will never be a time that I will go to America. Itong mga media mahilag mag-udyok eh. Ganon, bakit ka hindi punta? O arte mo lang yan. Sabi ko, then you watch me. Di gusto ninyong malaman. Sabi ko sa Amerika, yes, I might consider going to America. So well then. O sabi ko, work on it. Ano in just 2 months time, they told me that the ship carrying the Balingiga bells are on their way to deliver it to Quezon. You remove it, you put it back there, kayo mismo. So tulong-tulong sila doon, nabalik na. And Hogan said, so when are you going to go to America? So I do not have the time. But I will go there. Nung malapit na, hindi na talaga ako pumunta sa, well, how about your promise? Well, I lost time to do it. I cannot do it now. Pero talaga, in my mind, and the Americans might know it, there was never in my mind a trip to America. Ngayong Balingiga, sabi ko, you massacred one barangay, baryo noon, women and children and all. Pinatay nila lahat. Because that bell, Balingiga, was used to call the people for prayers, ganon. Sa simbahan yun eh. So yung ginawa nila, every time it is used, the Americans knew that it has a great significance to the Filipinos, the Balingiga. After the massacre of one barangay, how many at the time we would never know. But it was said, isang baryo. No barangay ngayon, baryo noon yan eh. Barrio is an American word. The barrio. They also call the small places in Mexico barrio. Right? The Americans borrowed it from the Spaniards, barrio. So sabi ko, blood, you really got it at the expense of the blood of Filipinos. I do not hurry me up. If I go to America, it will be in my own time. Pero actually, wala ako. I have not been to America for almost 10 years, 22 years. I have not visited America, and I do not have any intention of visiting it anymore. We called on the world to dismantle the heinous kafala system. Ito ring isa. Because the Filipino is no slave unto anyone, anywhere. And there is no room for modern-day slavery. We helped start a new global civil rights movement for the migrant worker. And we asserted the arbitration ruling on the South China Sea clearly and in no uncertain terms, bilaterally, and the ASEAN, and finally at the United Nations General Assembly. And let me talk about that. I said in the September of last year, the arbitral award is now part of the international law and beyond compromise and beyond the reach of the passing governments to dilute, to diminish, or abandon. That is the problem. We would like to just to everybody in the Middle East. I would like to tell them that not only Filipinos but all human beings, the kafala has no place there because it's a setup for slavery. Either you correct it or we will ask our workers, Filipino workers, to go home. Sabi ko, bahala na. Kung mahirap lang kami dito, okay lang. We will try our very best to make up for what they have lost, what they will lose in the process. but we will never allow them to be slaves. But we need to do more with our partners. We continue scaling our maritime domain awareness, defense capabilities, yet we will not close our doors on diplomacy and the tongue, because that is how disputes are settled and never by force. Let me alam mo, I respect the opinion. You should be aware by now of how I talk, especially on matters of crucial matters that involves the country. Ito bang arbitral ruling? I've said it I think in the later part of the speech. I said that what's your problem in the arbitral ruling? America and some Filipinos, brilliant Filipinos, I would say, keep on pushing for something which I really do not know. I have made a speech before the UN. Nakasumplo rin, nandito lang ako. Hindi ako pumunta doon. But in that speech, I laid down the bare, sabi ko, ng ating administrasyon. Ano pa ang gusto ninyo? What will I do with a document that is not bind China because they were never a part of that arbitration? There was really no arbitration at all because it was only the Philippine side was heard. Well and good. But ito ngayon, that there is the arbitral ruling, you know, I do not want to insult these people pushing me for something more than what I can handle. At anong gusto nila makipagira? Do something. What do something? Do you want war against China? Well, I'll tell you, even on the coast beach of Palawan, before you can take off, the missile of China would be there in about 5 or 10 minutes. It would be a massacre if I go and fight a war now. We are not yet a competent and able enemy of the other side. So what I did was I was just being nice to them. But for some people to say that I was helped by China in being president, these idiots, really. I will never do that. Hindi na bali ako, hindi ma-presidente, hindi talaga gagawin yan. To be, what? Receiving money from China to buy votes? They say that they help. Maybe in some Chinese communities, the gossip going around was that support Duterte. But the whole of the Chinese community in the Philippines went for me. Why? Kasi sa Davao nung mayor ako, ni minsan hindi ako tumatanggap baski Christmas gift. Dito dito sa Maynila, presidente ako ngayon. Maraming nagpadala ng baril, kung ano dyan, gobs. Sabi ko, isauli mo yan. Yung mga relo, itong aking relo, it's IWC, this is only 300,000. But the patik that has come with me, sinauli ko talaga, return it. O pag hindi itapon mo sa Pasig sa harapan nila. Hindi ako tinulungan ng China. Nag-usap kami ng China civilly, but after election. And after election, I was a good friend of presidency. Until now, when the pandemic struck, the first country I called for help was China. President Xi, sabi ko, President, we have no vaccination program here because we do not have the vaccines. We have not been able to invent one. We might have a hard time. He said, no, it's okay, we'll send you. And he sent us, donated about 1,500,000 of vaccines. Ganon, kaya sabi ko, ako, lalo na kami mga Bisaya, mabigat sa amin yan, for us Bisayans, yung utang na loob, mabigat talaga yan. Hindi mo mabayaran ng pero pag may utang na loob ako sa iyo, you can be sure that I will be your friend, a true friend, and die for you. Pero ito, China mag-die, bakit ako mapakamatay dyan? Sundalo ko, ubusin ko. How can we fight China? Do we have the weapons? Do we have the everything? Now comes America. They say that if the attack is against the Philippines, they will defend. But they issued a statement that America does not meddle in conflicts involving the boundaries of other nations. And if America has to go to war, you would have to go to Congress to get, American Congress to get that authority to go to war. That is why many presidents, hindi na lang, it was just not an error, a mistake, a malicious mistake. No president has ever been punished for attacking nations, getting into a fight with nothing. And if they come here, well, ang problema kasi nandito na yung balingiga. Sa uli na lang natin, uli. Maybe I'll just return and pag ito it's no big deal to hear the bells. Ring it until you die. Fulfilling my promise to our coconut farmers and the Filipino people, my administration has worked with Congress to pass the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act. We have returned also the Cocoa Levy funds to its true and rightful owners, our coconut farmers. The fund is now worth estimated to be 75 billion, which will be utilized according to the plans and programs in the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan for the direct benefit of the coconut farmers and the development of the coconut industry. In our effort to ensure that food is within reach to every Filipino family, we work for the passage of the rice tariffication law in 2019, despite pushbacks. This resulted in the stabilization of rice supply and food prices and the proceeds from the tariffs that enabled us to provide our farmers with modern machineries that increase their yield and sustaining growth agricultural production. We also fulfilled our promise to improve free irrigation. That was the first promise I made in San Miguel, Bulacan when I was campaigning. The farmers invited me to go into the farms inside San Miguel, Bulacan. And we had a sort of meeting, and the first thing that they were complaining about was the severity of the irrigation that they have to pay 5,000 every month, every year. So sabi ko, I will work on it. Free Irrigation Service Act of 2018 is the product that now lowers the cost of agricultural production, especially for farmers. We also work to ensure that households have adequate supply of clean water, potable and affordable water. It's more than a commodity. It is vital. It is a vital public good. This is why I used my political capital to fight vested interest behind disadvantageous water service contracts that burden consumers with unjustified water rights prices increases with the signing of this concession water agreements. Consumers will be protected at least until 2037. Ganito yan eh. There is this concessionaire, dalawa. Ayoko na lang mag-ano. I will not mention names. Pero this is really what happened. Ang dalawang concessionaires, one in the south and the other one is north. As the rich cartel dito sa Southeast Asia, ang kinakapture nila ang electricity pati tubig. Dito sa tubig, in this contract with water concessionaires, we made so many concessions that really, sabi ko, if you look at the contract and look at the anti-graft law, talagang it's all anti-graft. All of the sentences, even the period, and question mark there. Bakit? Sila walang problema sa tax because the people, consumers, will pay the taxes for them. Sila kung malugi, sabi na, hindi nila kasalanan, and we can think of it through not of their own fault, sabi doon, bayaran natin sila malugi. We pay for the tax corporation nila. At sila ang mag-decide kung i-increase nila o i-decrease nila ang water prices. The regulators, itong mga regulators sa Pilipinas, walang magawa and they acceded to the contract. It was really, I do not know how to put it. Kaya ako nag-pardon, di ba nagmura ako? Sabi ko, biro mo kung malugi sila, babayaran pa natin. Tayo ang corporate tax nila. Tayo ang magbayad. And it's a cartel that service concessionaires are part of the cartel of Malaysia and Indonesia, and they form part of that mother corporation. Itong mga sa Pilipinas, pati Malaysia, Indonesia, they are just, kumbaga sa storya, chapter lang yan sila. It's being controlled up by the kasabi ko, wala ito. I told them, I told Dominguez, tell them that I am no longer honoring the contract. Meron pa doon, payment of itong tax water treatment plant to be constructed in the Harrison Plaza site. Yun ang pinirmahan natin. So 1997 up to the present, or up to the month that I blew my top, nagbabayad, ewan ko kung ngayon nagbabayad, there's a, sa water bills ninyo for enhancement of quality of water. Ang ibig sabihin, water treatment. And they were collecting since 1997. So until now, how much of the Filipinos' money are with them for nothing, not even for a song? Kaya ako, if there is something, hindi naman proud, but if there is something someday that my children will say, what have you done for my country? Sabihin ko, sila. Talagang inupakan ko sila. Sabi ko, ayaw ninyo? You do not want it? Well, okay. I will just confiscate your system and call the military to operate it. I will exercise the eminent domain and expropriate all of your assets here. Kasi gagawin ko. Yun ang nangyari ka. So that sinabi ko sa military in one of our meetings immediately after that incident, I said, if I do not make it to the finish line, kindly, look kindly at the Filipino at tanungin ninyo kung ano na ang nangyari sa kanila. Yang tubig na yan. Now there is a new contract. I have not yet, I have to thoroughly digest it inside. I have to absorb it, every word of it, that the Filipino is protected. Pag nandyan na yan, then I will sign. But I will not forget, I'm telling them, the crime is there already. And any Filipino who would want to go after you can. Sabi ko, I will not free you. I will not, there's no waiver in your, I will never allow that. Just make a new contract. Just realize every day that I can call you itong frequency ng ABS-CBN. Yan ang pinaka-ideal kasi, you know, frequency is everywhere. But there is a spot, kung sa Gulf is a soft spot, na maganda yung... Wala akong problema sa ABS-CBN. They got my money, I'm not for that. They wanted to return it when the case blew up, but they printed all the garbage, including my daughter as a drug trafficker. Nilamon ko na lang lahat yun because I never wanted to appear vindictive. But itong they are cheating government by the billions in taxes. And they still want that frequency because yan ang pinapag-awayan. No. I will give it to a Filipino na gustong magawa ng tamang unpay because isa ABS-CBN, even their equipments were imported tax-free. Kaya talaga ako hindi magpapayag. They still owe government billions. Hindi contract dyan sa nakalagay doon 4 hectares. So ang binabayaran nila 4 hectares sa property tax. Suppose occupying 40 hectares. That complex there. Pero ginamit nila na papel yung 4 hectares. Yun lang ang binabayaran nila. Kung hindi ba naman, kaya ko sila inaway. Well, our micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, constitute 99.6% of our country's businesses and are vital to economic activity, job creation, and poverty reduction. Iparamdam natin ang ating malasakit sa maliliit na negosyante sa pamamagitan ng Pondo sa Pagbago at Pag-asenso Program since 2017. Meron na tayo yun. We have the program. The program has provided over 219,000 underprivileged microeconomic entrepreneurs with an alternative to the exploitive lending 5-6. Yan ang nakaano sa, you know what? Maybe I have to go to, if need be, I have to go to India. Yung 5-6 nila ng Turko, tinatawag ng Turko, kung maghiram ka sa kanila ng 10,000, pahiramin kanyang, hindi pera 10,000, 7,000 lang. And the others, mga refrigerator or the things that you do not even need in the house, bilhin mo sa kanila, sala set, lahat na. That is part of the money. You do not want the furnitures, the refrigerators, they won't give you the... Kaya ang Pilipino na buktot, alam mo buktot, naging hunchback na lang sa trabaho, ganun pa man. Kaya ako, sabihin ko itong mga Turko, you better come up with a fair scheme. If you want to go into business, money lending, but not at that usury 1,000 times. Likewise, to further support development of our micro and small business, we initiated radical reforms in the tax system to ease the taxation burden and increase the net income of lower wage earners and small businesses. Thanks to Congress. Yan, hindi pa ninyo alam, ha? Sabi ko lang, thanks to Congress and our revenue-generating agencies, our tax reform sustained our economic growth from the third quarter of 2016 to the fourth quarter of 2019, which made the Philippines one of the fastest-growing economies in Asia until the pandemic scourge. Yan talaga ang, well, I don't know what's the plan of God. That is something which hit us right in the heart. We see there's no way of telling when this virus would disappear from the planet of the earth. we can only pray to God to look into our direction and decide on what will happen to this planet He created. However, tax laws are not always perfect, and that is why every now and then they have to be revisited to see if they are at pace with the changing times. Let us therefore continue to monitor the relevance and the impact of our tax laws on individuals and private institutions to prevent serious damage on their financial health. Going now to the social and health issues. To unburden of people from the hefty cost of tertiary education, my administration worked with Congress to pass a landmark legislation that had remained unpassed for so many years. The Universal Access or Tertiary Education Act in 2017, which provides free education to college students and state universities. Thank you, Congress. We also passed the Universal Health Care Act in 2019, and to supplement this, I also signed into law the Malasakit Centers Act in 2019. Kasi ganito yan eh. Pag ang pobreng Pilipino na sa ospital, magpunta pa siya doon sa kung saan makahingi ng tulong. So, ang ginawa, just like in Davao, ginawa namin, yung lahat na kailangan, yung internal revenue, kung nandyan, business permit, dyan na lang sa isang lugar, medisina, kunin nila. Dyan mismo sa ospital. Hindi na sila maglakad-lakad. And to me, that is one of the most, let me find the right word, a poignant act of Congress and of the Executive Department. Legislation which was sponsored by Senator Bongo. If you feel like standing up, you can, Senator. Masikat ka pa sa guest speaker. Unburden our peoples with the tedious process of going to various agencies and offices in order to avail assistance from government. I am pleased to report that we have already established 130 Malasakit centers across the country. That has already helped millions of Filipinos in their hospitalization needs. By establishing Malasakit centers all over the country, we have actually leveled the playing field and provide our less fortunate countrymen the medical care they deserve. We will be establishing more. God willing, if we are still around. Sa pagtatag ng Malasakit Center, hindi po kailangan lumapit at humingi ng tulong sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Ang gobyerno na ang lumalapit sa tao. So, let us talk about COVID. It's mentioned everywhere in the speech, but what's this goddamn virus is? I have to admit, back when I decided to answer your call and run for higher office, never did I imagine that my presidency would not only be judged by how I made good in my campaign promises in fighting illegal drugs, criminality, corruption, but how well I led our nation during the global pandemic. Hindi na ako makapronounce ng buti, baka mayroon na ako. May ambulansya ba dyan? Mukhang iba na ang... I cannot pronounce the words. I hope this is not a symptomatic. Prior to the pandemic, we recorded our lowest debt to GDP ratio since 1986, the highest revenue effort since 1997, the highest credit rating in the country's history, yung sa bangko. Because if your rating is high, it's easy to borrow at maliit lang ang interest. That is the dynamics of a rating by Fitch and Poor, mga ganon. So, and the lowest rates of unemployment and underemployment and poverty, well, it's still there. It is beyond dispute that our economic governance fundamentals were robust when COVID-19 hit us. I am sure that much can be said about the way we took on the daunting challenge of preserving lives while sustaining our momentum towards the developmental, dito na lang ako, goals. Naturally, we prioritize saving lives. Buhay muna bago ang lahat. Ibig sabihin, inuna natin yung gastos, yung pera natin sa pandemic. Kinuha ng lahat ng mga budget. Si Dominguez yan. Yun ang ginamit ninyo sa Bayanihan 1 and 2. Doon natin kinuha yung pera. We move quickly to safeguard the well-being of every Filipino through preventive and responsive health and safety measures and broad inclusive social amelioration programs, or SAP. Thanks to the support of Congress, we launched the most extensive social protection program in our country's history with the Bayanihan passage of Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2. Indeed, our national health system and the resilience which were tested to the health, countless lessons we learned and continuously improvements put in place. Kahit anong crisis ay kaya malampasan kung tunay na may malasakit at bayanihan. I agree. At the early stages of the pandemic, our testing capacity was very limited. Recognizing the importance of conducting more tests to ensure early detection and timely isolation of confirmed COVID-19 cases, we ramped up our testing capacity. We now have more than 260 accredited laboratories nationwide, which is still capable of conducting at least 50,000 tests daily. All regions now can conduct their own COVID-19 tests. To take care of mild and asymptomatic cases, we established over 9,000 temporary treatment and monitoring facilities across the country. With a total bed capacity of more than 140,000, together with the local government and the private sector, we quickly established mega quarantine facilities that could accommodate more cases. Modular hospitals and quarantine facilities have also been established nationwide, especially in Metro Manila. For our severe COVID cases, our tireless health workers will continue to ensure that you are provided with the best care around the clock based on the latest development global best practices. Our health experts continue to actively participate in the search for safe and effective COVID-19 medicines. With the help of Congress, kita mo sa lahat, I never said, wala kang magiging ito that I developed caused the construction of a bridge that is nowhere to be found today. Ako sa inyo talaga, with the help of Congress, we passed 13 measures that establish the new and improve the capacity of existing hospitals around the country to provide quality care and services. Our people, especially amid the ongoing pandemic-19. This includes establishing new medical facilities in Mandaluyong City, Bacolod, and Davao Occidental, increasing bed capacities to existing health facilities. In Quezon City, Ilocos Sur, La Union, and Palawan, the upgrading of health facilities in that area to include Leyte. Currently, we have received over 30 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines. We expect to at least receive 36 million vaccines this month, and in August, we have inoculated more than 7 million Filipinos which have received the first dose, at least 17 million. Well, I think the landscape, the health landscape of the country continues to improve as we, with the continuous approval of COVID-19 vaccines, we are ready to boost further our daily vaccination rate. And I also encourage our local government units to hasten their rollout and strengthen their inoculation program. San Juan City, for one, have vaccinated 70% of their population in a month's time. Saludo ako sa inyo at kay Mayor Zamora. We cannot continue living in the shadow of this potent enemy, especially now that science and medicine has proven that it is possible to live, if not entirely defeat this virus. The health and safety protocols we put in place have proven effective in slowing down the spread of virus. But the best solution is still vaccination. Am I to mataas na ba? Kasi kung mataas na, putulin na lang ninyo itong gumagalaw dito para sabihin ko, wala naman akong mabasa. Pag matagal na, those who want to go home, raise your right hands. Pati si Monsignor, wag taas niya kamay niya. That is why I implore our countrymen who are now in the list of sectors to be inoculated to get vaccinated now. And to those who received their first doses, please return for your second shot. I also ask for patience for those who are next in line to receive vaccine more and more COVID-19 vaccines are arriving each week, and you will soon have your turn. Corollary to this, it is high time that clear and precise uniform protocol and guidelines are issued in anticipation to the vaccination of more Filipinos and the steady reopening of our society. You know, pagpasensyahan niyo ako, I ask, I beg your kind indulgence. But I have to say, to talk about something which would affect us all. It seems that this government is too far away from the people. Yung serbisyo talaga na totoo. Nung isang araw nakita ko, I don't have to know what place was that. Ang mga tao nakapila. And they say that they were there at 4 o'clock. Lumalakas yung ulan, sa payong lang sila. So nanonood ako sa report because I listen to the report every morning. Makukuha mo sa mga radio station yan eh. So I was having breakfast. I was listening to their TV. At nakita ko yung mga tao nakapila doon, malakas ang ulan. Sabi ko, doon sa breakfast table, nagmura ako. Pero dito, good boy man ako kay may mga religious dyan. Baka I just call on the National Task Force Against COVID-19 to see to it that this happens. I mean the protection. We have spent enormous amounts of resources to build our capacities to overcome this pandemic. We cannot afford more lockdowns, lest our economy bleeds to the point of irreversible damage. Balitang ko, bakit mo papilahin? At sabi kasi doon, libre lahat na, wala nang ano. So nagpuntahan yung mga tao, nagpila, kasi wala nang lista-lista. Pero sabi nung ito, alas 4 pa sila. Hindi lang ako pwedeng alam mo sa totoo lang, hindi naman ako nagyayabang. I'm just an ordinary Filipino citizen. Just like you, I get hurt when people are nearly almost brutalized. Bakit hindi ka magkuha? It's rain time. Malakas ang monsoon, southwest monsoon, dumadaan talaga sa Pilipinas. Gamitin mo utak mo. You should look for a gym. At bigyan mo lahat ng tao ng number. Hanggang dito lang po. Hanggang dito lang tayo. Balik kayo itong bukas from 15 to 20. Kayo na naman bukas. Bigyan mo lang card. Prepare a card where you can, the marshal will go around the queuing na bakit mo, hindi ko maintindihan, this media, hindi ko maintindihan bakit gawain mo yan sa Pilipino. Yan ang tinatanong ko. Why do you have to do it to the Filipino? You can always, maghanap ka ng, there's always a gymnasium. Mga eskwelahan, walang klase ngayon. Bakit hindi mo gamitin doon? Bakit kung magkakanap ng isang tarantado? Kaya lang ako, well, it is to my chagrin, because gusto kong lumabas. Itong PSG lang na ito ang, sabihin ko sa inyo, huwag kayong magpresidente. Wala talagang, sabihin ko, maliit ang sweldo. Wala ka. If you're not there really for the, mag-corrupt ka dyan, well, it would make you a billionaire overnight. But kung magtrabaho ka lang ng ganito, ako presidente, gusto kong lumabas doon, sabihin ko, hoy mga, bakit ganito to? Bakit ganon kayo ka stupido? I mean, the Filipino does not deserve it. Even if they are not paying taxes. Because the theory of government is that all money belongs to the people. And the money is there. It belongs to all of us. And it should be used for public good. But what is the use of public good if you are not good and stupid? So, ganun ang mangyayari sa Pilipino. I'm just letting off my... Kasi kung hindi lang talaga bawal, itong PSG, hindi ako pinapalabas. Magsabi ko, magpunta ako na, sir, hindi pwede yan, hindi pwede. Kulong talaga ako. Magpresidente ka, sa totoo lang, you are a prisoner. You are brought here, kunwari ka pa, di chopper ka, di gwardya, patos uwi ka doon sa bahay mo. Tapos hindi ka na makalabas. Priso ka talaga. Tawagin mo security, yung gusto kong pumunta, sir, pasensya na. Tapos paggalitan mo, sabihin mo, sir, ang authority namin does not come from you. It comes from a law. So, kami ang masunod. Talagang, sige ka, pero bunch of papers, you read it hanggang umaga, trabaho ka. Sweldo mo, ganun lang. Just give me 219,000. Tapos ganun ang trabaho. Mag-isa ko. Butit ngayon, kaya nandito yung asawa ko at dito yung anak ko. Nabubuhay yung loob ko kung mag-uwi ako sa bahay ngayon. Looking forward. Today is my last State of the Nation address. But this is by no means my swan song. I shall never cease to implore Congress to pass vital and critical legislation as well as to push the entire government to ensure nothing less than the full recovery and revitalization of our country. But to do this, it is necessary for us to first overcome the crippling fear, anxiety, and uncertainty that was caused by the threat of the COVID-19 virus. Well, I really do not know what to do. I have to listen to the task force. This is a group of people volunteering to be a collective advisor that would give you the advice collectively, we put it that way, na sila ang magsabi. And we're just waiting for the word. I am referring to COVID-D, Delta. It is rampaging now in Indonesia, Thailand, India, and many parts of Asia. And ang sabi doon sa the Western medicine says that it is far more aggressive and far more dangerous, and it can cause death easily than the COVID-19 original. So this is as good as any other time to say it. if says that it is really dangerous, you have to go back to lockdown. If there are many people in other parts of the world killing as many than Delta, if ever it will spread, we have it here now. I hope it will not go any further. But if something wrong happens, I'll have to be strict. And I have now my word that there will be, just like what happened in the early days. Kung ganon ang COVID, saan tayo pupunta? And if it requires a new vaccine, we do not have it yet. I don't know what, maybe we'll just have to pray for salvation. Sabihin natin, Diyos, we have done everything, but this time we are really put hard on these things that happen. Rest assured, we will exert every effort to ensure the lost livelihood of our affected countrymen. I have recently signed an executive order creating a task force that will shepherd the country's national recovery employment recovery strategy. The task force recently partnered with the Employers Federation of the Philippines to implement the reforms Rebound and Recover program that aims to vaccinate qualified workers to fill in more than 1 million jobs. These jobs will be created by business association in the fields of construction, information, technology, POP, and electronic to our business association. Thank you for joining in our effort to bring back lost income opportunities for our workforce. Another important component of our employment recovery strategy is the retooling of our workers to prepare them to better job opportunities. Since the start of the community quarantine, over 1.5 million availed of the TESDA's free online training program. I am directing the National Employment Recovery Strategy Task Force, particularly TESDA, to ensure the upskilling of our workers and increase their employability. I expect the task force to work double time, not only to recoup job losses, but more importantly, to rehabilitate the economy and help our hardest hit sectors. Through COVID-19 assistance, to start enterprises or CARES program, we released 988 million pesos worth of loans to over 14,000 enterprises, Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2. Released 2.9 billion pesos worth of loans to over 12,000 enterprises, including our displaced OFW enterprises in the tourism sector, to help them start or sustain their business amid the pandemic. Along this line, I would like to renew my call to Congress to immediately pass the amendments of priority legislative measures such as the Foreign Investments Act, the Public Service Act, and the Retail and Trade Liberalization Act. Your applause went well ahead of its realization. You have to work on this, guys, and well, I'm sure that we can have a respite of this contagion in your own little way. Finally, I would like to reiterate my call for Congress again to pass legislation to establish a single agency that shall focus on and respond quickly to the needs and concerns of our OFWs. I pray that our next leaders and our future generations will not squander our natural resources and fight for integrity of our environment in a manner fiercer and more effective than my administration had ever done. The pandemic has taken so much from us as a nation, but like other adversities that tested us time and again, it can never take our courage and resilience and the spirit of bayanihan one, rather bayanihan, and the value of the malasakit are now indelible in us Filipinos. We shall use these gifts to forge ahead towards a better normal. As we come to a point where the risk of COVID-19 transmission can, to a certain extent, be managed, and I'm hopeful that we shall be united in forging ahead towards bringing the country back to its robust growth path. Let me end by adding this particular statements. We are on learning, education, and learning. Despite our inability to conduct face-to-face classes during this pandemic, we remain determined to deliver quality and accessible education to all. Creation of the basic educational learning plan. Community plan enabled uninterrupted learning to students in the basic sector while ensuring the teachers' health and safety and well-being. While the pandemic has demonstrated readiness, resourcefulness, and capability of government to serve the Filipino people through the use of ICT and digital services, it has also shown its inherent deficiencies and weaknesses, as such that I ask Congress to pass an e-governance act that will set up transition of government processes to digital age. I'd like to add something on the protection of our overseas Filipinos. I also ask Congress to pass a law creating the Department of Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos. Kailangan po ito because they are suffering they suffered not only yesterday but they are still suffering now with so many inadequacies in both our government response and including the monetary assistance. To ensure that there is a department that is solely focused on addressing the needs and taking care of the welfare of our countrymen abroad. Before I end, let me also touch on the environmental protection. It has also been 13 years since the Supreme Court of Mandamos ordered the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. Unfortunately, no immediate substantial action to comply with the Supreme Court's order was undertaken until 2019, when this administration started its long overdue rehabilitation. As of May 2019, all illegally operating open dump sites surrounding Manila Bay has been shut down, while 151 out of 187 LGUs surrounding the bay have now access to sanitary landfill. Establishments have been forced to comply with environmental laws and ordinances, while those who did not have been closed. As a result, pollutants have been slightly reduced, coliform levels also reduced to its barest maximum, are now in its longest levels in years, if not decades. I urge DDNR to sustain the efforts to continue working with our LGUs to restore Manila Bay to its former glory. You know, just one little thing before we end. Yung pag-ano sa Manila Bay, where there is the corner where all of the garbage by current, by action of the current. Nandito marami sa likod ng Luneta. Ginawa natin yan at nilagay tayo itong yung puting basto na which is scattered into small pieces. Nawawala minsan yan because of the waves. So every now and then, we still have to replenish because we cannot change the nature of our shores. That is how it is. It is not a permanent fixture there, doliform. It is there from the mountains, and we break it down and bring it to the sea. But that would occupy that place, irrespective of there is a high tide or low tide. Nakakatulong yan. At nawawala yan. And the only way to do it is to replenish it until we can think of a good alternative of how we can process the whole thing back to its normalcy. If there was really normalcy at the time or at any other time in the past. On the resilience, again, dinagdag ko na lang ito. So time is good and at any other time again to ask you. In line with this, we hope to pursue the creation of public entities dedicated to managing emerging and re-emerging diseases. I thus fervently ask Congress to enact a law creating the Center for Disease Prevention and Control and the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines. We must, maski gaano natin kahirap, however poor we are, I think that the Filipinos, given the proper support and the things, the equipment that they have to use, we can, I am sure that the Filipino brain can also process or make vaccines in the future. Tapos na po yan, ma'am. I ask Congress to pass the Disaster Resilience Act that will create the Department of Disaster Resilience. Let us also, pagkatapos ito, ma'am, ikaw yung unang tao na mag-congratulate sa akin, ha? Kaya ako nagka-utal-utal dito dahil sa iyo. Let us also pass the law implementing the Fire Protection Modernization Program to bolster the readiness of our firefighters and ensure their ability to respond to fires and disasters. Related to this, importante ang trabaho ng bombero, maniwala kayo. They must also be there during a disaster happening. Let us also push for the mandatory establishment of education centers in every city, province, and municipality throughout the country, which are providing the basic needs and assistance to all evacuees during times of emergency. Now, there is now the conclusion. Sabi, ay, salamat. Potsang Duterte to. The lights go out for this administration 11 months from now. The work that we started and expected to finish within constitutional time frame of 6 years has been told. Much was so far, but we need not despair. Desperation is a feeling alien to the resilient Filipino. A peaceful and prosperous Philippines is no longer a distant dream, but one that is within our grasp. If our future Filipinos would also do it. If they would continue and would seize the opportunity to work together. Malaki ang papasalamat ng mga kababayan natin, lalo na silang sinasabi na mas panatag ang loob nila ngayon. Hindi na nababahala ang mga magulang na lumalabas ang mga anak nila naglalakad sa gabi. I will not elaborate on anything. You can draw your conclusion. Alam mo, when the Filipino, a father, a mother, or a child naglalakad sa gabi at siya ay gaya ng iba, even in America, you go into the inner cities of LA and New York, sa Washington, D.C. There's a corner there, they say, do not go there because you'll not come out alive. Ganon, kung hindi maglakad na sila, puro takot na lang ang nasa loob nila, ma-hold up sa jeep, tapos pati yung taga-ombudsman na buntis, patay pa, pati yung bata sa loob ng tiyan. But just to get the money to buy shabu. Because when the monkey is riding on your back, yung katawan mo hindi mo na maano. That is why you need to higop, sip. Kailangan mo maghigop at kailangan mong pumatay pag wala kang pera. Hindi naman talagang papatay. Maybe not. The mind is not ready for that. But in the struggle, you put up a struggle, if you have the owner of the money, talagang papatayin ka kung hindi mo ibigay. Yan ang ayaw ko. Kaya nung na-mayor ako sa Davao, ganito, mga umalis kayo sa daan. Yung daan, yung public transportation is for public good. Huwag mo silang takutin na magkanto pag-uwi. Nandyan, nagiinom man sa... Yan ang hilig ng Pilipino. Mag-inuman. Hindi mo malaman ang mga nag-uwi na babae, they have to take another route that will be longer because nandyan mga standby. So the streets are unsafe. Hold up, pinapatay. Sabi ko doon sa Davao lang, wag na lang ako dito sa Maynila. Hindi naman talaga ako nakikialam dito. Pero alam nila, alam ng pulis kung ano ang gusto ko. Magprangkahan tayo. Sabi ko sa pulis, isauli mo yan. The roads, the highways are for law-abiding citizens of this country. Yung mga kriminal, yung mga the dregs of society, huwag ninyong gamitin yung mga daan, hindi para sa inyo yan. And I will see to it that you are not there. Be sure that when I pass by, I do not see you. Because if I see you, I will dance with you. Isauli ko, kaya ngayon, medyo, hindi naman talaga, but yung mga sales girl, mga shopping center, panatag na ang loob nila. At least, chances of being mugged, murdered, and raped. Yan ang ayaw ko. Pag malayo, nakahigop na, kunin yung pera, hilain doon sa medyo maliit na mga grassy portion, and rape, at papatayin. Yan ang hindi ko matanggap. Just like in Filipino civic wing, I may be just a little bit crazier than the others, but that is what I am. Ayaw ko yung lalo na magsyabo ka, tapos pasyal ka kung ano, wala kang makuhang pera, aakyat ka ng bahay. Just like that bank teller. It was raining so hard, just like the rains that we had experienced. It was pouring almost cats and nails. Ang lakas talaga ng bagsak ng ulan. She went home to knock the door and pump the door loud. But ang parents nilang matanda niyang parents, hindi nakarinig. So anong ginawa nitong mga sa construction workers? Because diyan nga ako galit sa dugay. Nabibili nila mura. So it's 200, 300. Susuyupin nila. At pag nakasuyop ng droga yan, maghanap ng alkohol yan. Sigurado yan. Pag tama ng alcohol, pati yung ng droga, it shrinks the brain. Yung babae, she was just picked up and brought to the construction site near the house. Tapos, ni-rape doon, pinatay, sinunog pa. Oh, yan ang hindi ko talaga maintindihan. I cannot recall. Yung bata na 3-year-old, rapin mo. Ang problema nito, ang nakikita nila, ang patay ng mga kriminal. Well, how about the victims on the other side? Bakit hindi ninyo tignan and see what these criminals have done to our children, to our wives and daughters? May listahan kayo. Ang listahan ninyo doon sa namatay, hindi ba kayo maligaya niya, wala ng kriminal? Pero pag tinrin mo dito, ilan ang patay na inosente, pati polis ko at sundalo na mamatay dyan. Baka akala ninyo kriminal lang. So that is my lamentations, and I just want you to hear. In my 5 years in office, we made real change in governance to the reforms we pursued. However, for this governance, must be sustained and broadened. We need to make, I'm just getting my ear. Naghihingal ako. Baka dito ako mamatay pagka-presidente. Iba na ang pitik ng ano ko ngayon. Ng kasing-kasing ko. Kasing-kasing esposo. To make every public servant responsive to the needs of the people and enjoin every Filipino to assert the right to demand malasakit from their leaders until everyone lives with dignity, well-fed, educated, healthy, secure, disciplined, and empowered to contribute to the national development. I will not be forever be president. But ang kulang sa Pilipino is assertiveness. Pag magbayron kayong transaction at hingian kayo, ang sabi ko sa inyo, ito ang payo ko. Murahin mo, sabihin mo, nagtatrabaho kayo at kami dito. We are following papers and you are sitting on your ass on it. Kaya dito sabi ko, makinig kayo lahat ng Pilipino, total last show na ito. Pag may mag-follow up kayo, permit, clearance, at maghingi ng pera, murahin ninyo, sabihin ninyo, yan, sabi ni Duterte, sampaling ko kayo kasi ako nagbabayad ng buwis. Bakit ginaganito ninyo? Anto di mga Pilipino, hindi naman lahat, tayong magtatrabaho sa gobyerno. You know, I mean, it takes you 1 month to process a paper. Takes you, patos pabalik-balik yung tao. Pag ang tao bumabalik, 2, 1, 3, then there is corruption there. Murahin mo at kung maari, pahiramin kita ng pangkulam para kulamin. Ganun talaga. I'm just warning everybody. There's still 1 year to go. In about 3 days, lagyan mo ng papel, bumalik ka dito at this hour on Thursday. At pag gano'n, pakita mo yung papel, hanapin yung papel ibigay. Yan ang gamitin ninyo. For all the local governments also, in my cabinet, it's 30 days, walang extension. All. Sabi ko, reduce the signing authority from 6, 7 to only 1 or 2. Hindi naman kailangan hindi kailangan magpirma lahat ng empleyado dyan. 1 or 2, yung iba mag-process lang. But if you cannot process it also in so many days, in Davao, if it is a clearance which is long overdue, hindi mo na pwedeng ibigay doon sa tao. Ibigay mo sa akin at tanungin kita mo, bakit inabot ka ng ganito? There's no other conclusion. Corruption. Kagaya, what is true in Davao is true for the entire Philippines. Mabutit na rin yan, nakapagsalita ako ng freely with you. Total, last ko naman itong SONA. Mabuti yung malaman ng tao na ganon ang ginagawa nila. It's not there. Hindi man nila nilagay yung mga ganon na wala mang mura dyan. Be careful. We need to fight and subdue narrow vested interests and ensure that our gains will benefit to the greater number of Filipinos, especially those who have the least in life. We have laid down the groundwork and are continuing to push for landmark reforms and key accomplishments to the last day of my term. I have full confidence that the Filipino spirit, pati ako nagmamadali na, naihi na kanina pa eh. It's a natural human biology, so what's the big deal? Bakit kayo magpakpak kung napaihi na ako? Sa bagay, alam ko rin, nahiya kayo magtindig. puno ang pila nito pagdating sa CR maya. I have full confidence that the Filipino spirit will persevere and triumph together. And together, let us rise as a nation. Thank you.
Bagamat ito po ay huli niyang ulat sa bayan at sa Kongreso, laman naman po ng kanyang talumpati at mensaheng maging patuloy tayong matatag at madaling makaahon po sa epekto ng pandemya. Courage and resiliency must remain in all Filipinos. Ito po yung mga katangian ng bawat isa sa atin. Nariyan ang gobyerno na patuloy po na aalalay sa panahon po ng pandemya.
Joint session is hereby adjourned.
At dito po nagtatapos po ang joint session ng 18th Congress. At napakinggan po ng bawat mambabatas ang naging atas ng ating pong Pangulong Duterte sa nalalabi pong 11 o 12 buwan ng kanyang panunungkulan na marami po siyang hinihiling sa ating pong Kongreso na ipasa ng mga batas na maaring makapagbibigay ng kaginhawaan para sa ating kababayan. Ika nga ng Pangulong Duterte, dreams and ambitions for a better life is really reachable. Depende ho yan sa gobyerno, sa kasulukuyang gobyerno natin. Ito ang kanyang nagawa at magagawa pa sa nalalaping 1 taon. Ang ating po Pangulong Duterte ay lalapit na ho sa ilang po mga mambabatas. Nagpasalamat at nagbibigay pugay sa 5 taon po niyang panunungkulan at may nalalabi pang 1 taon. At mula rito sa plenary hall, ako po yung lingkod, Alex Santos. Kasama ko po si Angelic Lazo at Aljo Bendijo. Inyo pong natunghayan ang State of the Nation address ng Pangulong Duterte taong 2021. Punta na natin, balik sa studio, sina Erwin Tulfo at si Yusek Rocky Ignacio.
Alam mo, Yusek Rock, maraming nabanggit ni Pangulo yung kanyang ikang accomplishments.
Yes.
Tsaka yung mga inaasahan niya, isa yung sinasabi niya, hiningin sa Kongreso, yung priority bills.
Yes.
Kasama na roon yung Department of Migratory Workers.
Yes.
O yung parang
Migrant
department,
workers. Oo.
para sa mga OFWs natin. At marami pang iba na hinihingi siya.
Yes, ang sinabi nga niya sa Congress na magpasa ng single parang agency na tututok sa kailangan ng mga OFWs. Naging malawak din ang pagtukoy ni Pangulong Duterte sa relasyon ng Pilipinas at ng China. At sinabi nga niya na hindi naman nakatutok sa West Philippine Sea ang tulungan ng dalawang bansa dahil inamin niya na mismong China ang tumulong sa Pilipinas kaugnay ng bakuna na kailangan natin ng panahon ng pandemya.
Exactly. Tapos marami pa siya mga, not really doon sa mga accomplishments niya, kundi yung mga what he wanted, pakiusap niya sa Kongreso, because there's only 11 months left or few months left. So, nakikiusap siya sa Kongreso na ipasa yung mga iba't ibang bills na ika nga na nakalatag ngayon dyan sa Kongreso. So, actually, tinitignan ko kanina, ginugil ko. Mukhang siya na yata ang may pinakamahabang SONA sa lahat simula ng panahon ni dating Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos. Kasi ang pinakamahaba na pala, in terms of minutes, si Pinoy dati at 139 minutes. So siya ngayon almost 3 hours, so mga almost 180. So nalagpasan niya na parang mga 40 to 50 minutes longest. Pero ayun nga, yung last State of the Nation address niya, kasi nagdi-deviate siya. Sabi mga kanina, tama ka, and according to Secretary Martin, 59 minutes lang. Pero nagdi-deviate siya dahil may mga topic siya na ini-stress pa. Oo.
At katulad ng mga nakaraang SONA ng Pangulo, hindi nawala yung kanyang mahigpit na laban kontra illegal na droga. At dito nga niya ay hiniling niya sa Kongreso na magpasa ng free legal law na tutulong dito sa mga taong uniformado na mabigyan sila ng assistance sa panahon na kanilang pagganap sa tungkulin na tutulong sa kanila. At sinabi nga niya na although napakalaki ng naging hamon sa kanyang administrasyon dahil para sa kanya unpolluted yung kanyang adhikain o kanyang katapatan na talagang pagandahin ang takbo ng Pilipinas, subalit talagang nandun yung mga maraming hamon na kanyang kinaharap na kabilang na nga dito yung pandemya at yung lawak ng dapat maging laban kontra illegal na droga.
Alright. Mamaya-maya susuriin natin Yusek Rock at Bayan ang naging laman ng talumpati po ng Pangulo sa pagbabalik siyempre ng pamana ng pagbabago, ang special coverage ng PTV sa 2021 State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte.
Ang MX3 ay mula sa mangosteen na may alpha, beta at gamma mangosteen. Ito rin ay tested and proven na low sodium, cholesterol-free at fat-free. MX3 capsule helps avoid pain discomfort. Iwas-iwas sa sakit. MX3 para MX-Extraordinary.
Mahalagang paalala, ang MX3 capsule ay hindi gamot at hindi dapat gamiting panggamot sa anumang uri ng sakit.
Alamin ang mga dapat gawin kung ikaw ay makaranas ng side effects bunga ng COVID-19 vaccine. Kung makaranas ng alinman sa mga sumusunod na sintomas, ipagbigay alam ito sa inyong LGU o tumawag sa vaccination site hotline para malunasan. Kung hindi naman malala ang sintomas, ay huwag magpanik dahil normal ito at mawawala rin sa loob ng 1 hanggang 3 araw. Upang maibsan ang sakit ng brasong tinurukan ng bakuna, ay maaaring mag-apply ng cold compress o banayad itong igalaw.